Morono. Please click your hand icon if you wish to enter the queue. We'll get through as many questions as possible. We'll take our first questions from Jake Anderson with Stateside Press.
Hey, thanks very much. And Alex, welcome back. This is obviously a huge opportunity for you. I mean, a former champion, a very recognizable figure in the sport. So what was your reaction to landing this one?
Yeah, man, it was surprising. You know, the initial consensus of all the comments online was like how random of a matchup it was, and I was inclined to agree with them. But again, just like a super opportunity. You know, it was actually funny when I caught word of the fight. It was Tuesday evening, and I was teaching a big jiu-jitsu kids class. And, you know, naturally being a good instructor, I wouldn't sit there and answer my phone. But I noticed my phone was going off a lot, and then our program director walked on the mats. And she was like, "Hey, it's your coach from Dallas," and I was like, "Oh, okay, I either got some really good news coming or some really bad news coming." I knew there was some news. And he was like, "Morono, we got Pettis on the 19th. And it was perfect because it was the same card that Geoff was headlining. And I was like, "No way, you know, coach, that fight is on. You know, I'll call you back after class, but let's do it." And before that class had finished, the fight was announced. So I had like 20 minutes to kind of like be excited. But then as soon as I realized the fight was booked, I knew who my like new enemy was. I mean, all the respect in the world, you know, before and after the fight, but during fight camp, you know, it really kind of changed my focus and everything. And again, this is such a big opportunity, and there's a lot of you know, huge gains to make with the victory. And so I still have the most difficult task at hand, which is winning this fight. And then I can't wait to make those good decisions and get out there.
And when you talk about the gains that could come from a win here, I mean, where does a win over Pettis in 2020 put you? I mean, it's been a while since his lightweight title days, but he's still ranked 12th at welterweight, and he's, you know, frankly, still Anthony Pettis.
Sure. So, I mean, you know, I would always set goals relative to what was ever within arm's reach, just to make sure they were very attainable. Like long-term goals are great, but you know, being in fight camps since I was a teenager, I always had like, you know, 2 to 3 months to prep and be ready for an eventual like finish on a date. So I always set goals, whether it was fight related or not, you know, within like an accurate time frame. And the rankings were never really a big goal because they were kind of far away, you know, like, and then I had put that 3-fight win streak together and then had that matchup change and that tricky loss against Khaos. And that just kind of like resets it. And I'm big on like history of fighters and theories. And like, I'm going to butcher the guy's name and I apologize, but that Eliasu Dolazeski dos Santos guy, you know, he won like 6 or 7 fights in a row, you know, finally got to fight Li Jingliang and then lost it and got kind of like bumped back down. And like the idea there is it's tough to put a streak together at welterweight and it's tough to break into the rankings. And I feel like I was given a big opportunity to kind of cut the line. And with a win over Pettis, I'm sure it'll rank me. And then so I have a whole new set of goals. And really a win here kind of opens up the gates for really any matchup in the division whatsoever. And like as a fighter and a martial artist and a fan, that's just a really, really cool. And again, I am certainly the type of guy to not, you know, focus on anything ahead. I have a very daunting task ahead of me on Saturday, but again, with the win, it opens up the floodgates for opportunities, and it's a good way to get to that next level.
Good stuff, man. And, you know, last one for me, you've talked about going for the finish in this fight. We know the knock on Pettis over the years has been his ground game, and you've got a black belt and 6 submission wins. Is that an area you're looking to test him at?
You know, it's kind of odd. You know, I fancy myself a striker. Certainly, so does Pettis. But we both have more submission victories on our record than knockouts, and it actually comes in the same fashion in terms of guys taking us down and then us actively working off of our backs. You know, Pettis is such a veteran. I didn't want to put any restrictions on this fight at all. Like, you know, I hope it's a fun striking contest, but I wouldn't be surprised if he looks to engage the clinch or even looks to wrestle. So I'm going in there with a very free-formed, open mind and really just kind of ready to take the fight wherever it goes.
All right. Well, looking forward to it. It looks to be a good one. Best of luck.
Cool. Thank you.
We'll take our next set of questions from Jordan Ellis with Lokik MMA.
Hi, Alex. I just want to ask, you were saying about this coming quite early for you. When did you imagine yourself being in this position, you know, fighting ranked guys? Obviously, it's not something for 2020. Was you thinking maybe 2021, 2022? How far early are you getting this?
I mean, again, it's kind of an unknown. I was just hoping to put a streak together. Again, staying active is always very fun. I didn't think I'd get 3 fights this year, which is great. And again, I don't know. I really didn't have any expectations. I've learned, like in life, especially like when watching a new movie, to get very low expectations or no expectations, things are often better than you would hope for. And again, I just didn't really know. When I was on that streak, I was like, maybe with another win or two, I could get a higher profile fight. But there's such a volatility to MMA. I again really had no expectations, so this was all a surprise. And I've always been one to jump at a good opportunity, and this is certainly one of those scenarios.
Yeah, and there's obviously still a lot to do, but you allow yourself to, think about the future and, what might come next. If you win this, you're in the rankings going into 2021, and then you've got a potential title run on your hands. Do you allow yourself to think of them things, or is it just on the task at hand?
I mean, sure. So, I never really had super heavy championship aspirations. And for really no other reason than my teammate, Geoff Neal, he is champion material. He's headlining this card. And as a team, coach is always talking about like being the most legitimate by producing champions. He and I are in the same weight class. And I think goals wise, it was just different. I have a theory on the difficulties of the career post belt. A good example, and again, I have the utmost respect for this guy, but a good example is Chris Weidman. He went undefeated, I think maybe 6-0 before he got his title fight, fought for the belt, defended it a few times, but then had like nothing but the world's best killers to fight. And, lost the belt and then has been kind of like, chomping at the bit to get back there. And it causes for a very difficult road. Whereas, I do believe my teammate Geoff can become champion and maintain champion status. And if I'm able to get ranked in the top 15, top 10, then I'm just looking at big, high profile fights. If that's the case, I would prefer like a cool headliner over looking for gold in that scenario. And certainly things change as the situation changes, but I would like to see my teammate Geoff Neal be the champ, and I would like to kind of stay in the top 10 and just fight more higher profile guys. If we can make our wins happen on Saturday, when we make the wins happen on Saturday.
That's cool. And just finally from me, Anthony Pettis, it was 10 years yesterday, I think, to the day since he pulled off that Showtime kick. I'm sure you've seen it floating about social media. How would you prepare for a guy who's so unorthodox and, so successful with it as well?
Yeah, what's funny about that, I remember I was either 19 or 20 years old. I loved watching WEC. If I'm not mistaken, the cards would often happen on Sundays. Like right before going to school, I would always watch WEC fights. And I just remember seeing that, and I was like, that's the coolest thing ever. And I was actually a fan of Pettis. I remember his debut, he fought Clay Guida, and I think everyone thought he was going to blaze through him. But then Clay ended up winning that fight, it was interesting. So I've really watched his whole career in the UFC, as a martial artist. It was just cool to see guys with that sort of skill set. And, everyone is excited to like mimic Anthony Pettis in a fight camp. I know when Carlos Diego Fierro fought him, I was training with him and I was being Pettis. And I remember throwing like the craziest, wackiest things in training. And it was so much fun because it's not throwing caution to the wind, but you certainly get to try things you normally wouldn't try. And for the 2 weeks that I was prepping for this one, everyone I was training with was like happy to cartwheel kicks, Superman punches and all that fun stuff. So it was really easy to find guys to work with and very fun to kind of troubleshoot that style of training.
Okay, thanks for asking me questions. Good luck with the fight.
We'll take our next set of questions from Danny Segura with MMA Junkie.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, Alex, you mentioned how the sort of the reaction of the public that you saw was like, okay, this was a bit of a random out of the left matchup. But for you, did Anthony Pettis ever cross your mind as a potential opponent while you've been in the UFC?
Oddly enough, no. I still kind of like pictured him as a lightweight, and I know he did bounce around. Like I know he fought Cowboy and then Nate, and those were both at welterweight. But before that, he fought CDF at lightweight. So I really didn't consider it. But then after the fact, I was like, you know what? It's not as out there as you'd think. And you know, there was the major consensus was like it was kind of a random matchup. But after people started to kind of like weigh the facts and see the history, a lot of guys were like, you know what, this is a really fun fight. And I was happy to get that kind of like respect. And you know, MMA is an extreme sport. Extreme sports bring extreme fans. And I honestly thought I was going to get hammered online. And no, man, I caught a lot of love, and a lot of guys were really pulling for me in the fight. People were oddly mean about Pettis, which I thought was insane. But no, I mean, it was a bit of a you know, left field matchup. But after kind of sitting and weighing all the pros and cons, and it's a fun fight, especially for the fans. And you know, I only started training because I was a fan. And I am not a hypocrite by any means. And so that, I think the reason I fight like I fight is because I fight like I want to watch guys fight. And if I were to sit there and try to land for it would not work out for my own personal kind of circuitry. So I was happy to get this matchup, but I know it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's a fun matchup. And you just mentioned there, like you're maybe not as interested as fighting for the title as maybe others are. So is this kind of like the best case situation for you, like getting these fun matchups, these like big names for you?
Yeah, 100%.
And I know you kind of expanded on it and you spoke about it, but like, why not for the title? That kind of seems like the main goal for everybody. Is that just not a thing you'd like to focus on, or why exactly is that?
I mean, it seems like a bit of a cliche. And, you know, when you have, 700 rostered fighters all saying the same thing, it's just singing the same tune so many times. Like, certainly not saying if the opportunity presented itself, I wouldn't. But there's just, again, a good example is Geoff. You know, I work with him all the time. And, you know, I've been doing this for 15 years. I've been fighting pro for 10 years. You know, before I got to Fortis, I would travel around, especially around Houston. I'd find the best guys to train with. And with Geoff, he's certainly something special. And, you know, he's higher up in the rankings. And again, you know, as a friend, it'd be awesome to see that accomplishment. But as a team, you know, our ultimate goal is to produce a champion. And I just, you know, he's closer. And if I had a choice, I would not fight Geoff. I spar enough with him to know that would be a challenge. And I'm putting that nicely. But again, I just think, you know, skill set wise, current path wise, it's more appropriate. And like, you know, this is my 12th fight. If I was like 11, you know, if I was like 10-1 or 9-2, it'd be different. But I'm very big on following history. You know, it's kind of like how human beings have, you know, evolved to a somewhat peaceful society. But, you know, studying historical facts is a very important aspect in moving forward and making decisions. And again, just given the current status of my career, I'm very thankful to get this matchup with Pettis. And I just think cool fights against cool fighters is a more appropriate, successful relative goal, you know, based upon my skills and my stats.
Nice. Yeah, that's something maybe you don't hear a lot from fighters, but it's very, I guess, sobering, very refreshing. You know, very honest take from you as well. How important is that to have sort of an honest take? Because, you know, we've seen it in MMA, guys that perhaps, you know, aim for the title and have these goals that maybe are not as attainable to them, or maybe the chances are low.
Sure. You know, it's being self-aware, I think, is very important for something as potentially dangerous as mixed martial arts. And it's good when fighters have that like supreme confidence, but I take a much more like logistical approach. And the reason being is there's a lot at stake physically in these fights. And the way I've made decisions in life is honestly by like weighing statistics. And as much as like wishful thinking is good, like a great example is Conor McGregor. He believed in himself tremendously and had the skill sets to put guys away. You know, like, what is he, like 21-2 or 3 with like 19 knockouts? Like that's very hard to do. And he's done well for himself. Maybe that's not the best example, but he has not won all of these high-level fights. Another great example is Kevin Lee. Again, like a fantastic mindset for success. But I think sometimes guys compensate by almost like overhyping themselves. So when they meet hardship in a fight, it can become like extra difficult. And one thing I've done since I was an amateur was anytime I'd get an opponent, and I'm not the biggest welterweight, so I'd fought some guys who were big. I'd always envision them to be like way bigger and way better than they really were. So when I'd finally see him at weigh-ins, I'd be like, hey, coach, this guy's not that big. And my coach would look at me, he's like, no, man, he's pretty big. I'm like, yeah, but he's not as big as I thought. And then like in the fight, I was expected to be very, very difficult. So if the fight is a challenge, I'm like, cool, the game plan is going according to plan. And if I'm having more success, which has generally been the case, I'm like, cool, this fight is going better than I anticipated. Whereas when guys sometimes downplay their opponents and the fight is more hard than they think, or harder than they think it should be, they can sometimes potentially break or make those bad decisions. So I was like, plan on a lot of hardship, and I kind of expect the hardship. And then when you face it, it's like, cool, this is what I expected. But then when it's like smoother than you were hoping for, it causes like a snowball effect of confidence, good decision making, and ultimately good performances. And so that has always really helped me. I know my psychological take in MMA has allowed me some success. And again, I think I just have like a good mind for battle, and I'm happy to be doing this.
For sure. Lastly, biggest fight of your MMA career, right?
Oh, bar none, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Looking forward to it. I'm sure it's going to be a fun fight. Thank you for your time.
Cool. Thank you.
We'll take our last set of questions from Eric Addison with Kimura.sb.
Hi, Alex. So this will be your second fight camp during the pandemic, which I'm assuming is a bit different compared to a normal camp. What has been your biggest challenge during your preparation for the fight? And have you done anything differently compared to a normal fight camp?
Yeah, so there's pros and cons to everything. I'll tell you, the worst part about it is like the COVID paranoia when in fight camp. Like anytime anyone looks funny, I'll like eyeball them and start to question them and stay away. And if I'm not in fight camp, I care a bit less. But that's the only thing that's a little trickier. But I'll tell you, the quality of training has gone up tremendously, as I only had a handful of training partners. And for the fight camps, I'd spend the majority of my time in Fortis, of which I would work with Moraes, Razak, and Geoff. So like the quality was always super high. And the times I was in Houston, that's when I had to be a bit more selective of my training partners. So the only real training I would do is with Trevin Giles, which is a good 85er. One time a guy came in to train, and he just didn't sleep very much the day before. And so he had some bags under his eyes. I was like, hey, get out. He's like, coach, I'm fine. I just didn't sleep much. I was like, whatever, go home and sleep and then come back if you feel better. And everyone at my gym has been super, super cool. From what I heard, a lot of gyms had outbreaks. We didn't have one, which was awesome. So it kept like the business side safe and somewhat fruitful, considering we almost went out of business from the lockdown. And that's been good. So, I mean, the quality and training went up, especially working only with welterweights and middleweights. Like I had some big guys to move around, and then I felt some strength increases and gains, certainly. And that's something my coach had also seen and noticed as well. So I was very happy with your results thus far. And I'll tell you, staying in this hotel, they give us suites. We have bedrooms, kitchens, and living rooms. And, it's actually easier than other fight weeks. I can't wait till we go back to crowds and traveling. But I'll tell you, it's very convenient here. And even after my recent McKee fight camp, I was telling my striking coach, Matt, he goes with me everywhere. He's been with me for over a decade. I'm like, man, I hope I get to fight in the COVID era again, just because it was very convenient. And, he brought us Roku, so we've been watching fights on Fight Pass and watching Hulu, Netflix. It's been really nice to have kind of that freedom. So it's not been the worst experience.
That's awesome. Thank you. That's all I have.
Cool.
That's all the time we have for you today, Alex. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Up next, we will be joined by UFC heavyweight Greg Hardy. We're now joined by UFC heavyweight Greg Hardy, and we'll take our first set of questions from Jim Barcelona with the Miami Herald.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Just curious, first of all, were you able to train in South Florida? How did training go? How did you prepare for this fight? Greg, who will be in your corner for this one? Hey guys, I'm having some audio. I apologize. I'm not able to hear.
Yeah, us too. We're
James, Greg, what'd you do?
It's my presence, man. The volume got scared. It just jumped off.
I think now we have reestablished our audio. Jim, can you ask your question again, please?
Yeah, well, thank you all again, man. You frightened the audio away, Greg.
Very heavyweight.
Yeah, I was ready to run. All right, brother, let me ask. So how did the training go for you for this one? Were you able to train in South Florida? Where did you train? Were you at ATT? How did that all go?
That was super cool. You know, I made the move away from ATT to go, search out some individual training, get some more specific one-on-one coaching and work on my skill sets and IQ. So we've gotten a lot of work down there. We're working out at Hard Knocks 365 right now. And it's been great, quarantining, staying kind of closed off in the gym gives you a lot of time to work and just focus on fighting. So we've kind of just been hands on the mat.
Well, Henry Hoof, Sanford MMA, which was Hard Knocks 365, now it turned into Sanford MMA. I mean, South Florida's got some great training facilities. You were at ATT, now you're over there. What's that whole process been like? And as a football player coming into MMA, what is it like that you're able to get this top-notch training in South Florida?
I'm not with Stanford. Hard Knocks is separated from those guys. So I'm just the gym of Greg Hardy, Rashad Evans, and Dean Thomas right now. But like I said, it's been super dope just being able to get that individual training with some of the greatest fighters to ever fight, being able to actually deep dive and look into these guys' mind and get them to explain and help me understand the game has been instrumental for me. I think it's really raising my level in a different way.
And that's interesting about Hard Knocks and all that, because then there's another facility. There is just so much here, and this is a great place for you to be down here in South Florida. How do you feel as you're fighting and as your progress and how things are going and where you want to be?
I feel great. I got a long way to go, man. A lot of more fights to fight. Everybody is getting excited, of course. Knockouts are coming. I'm an entertaining guy. It makes sense. I'm super pretty. Everybody wants to mess up my face. So everybody's eager to get me in there. But man, I see a lot. I see a lot of hard fights. I see a lot of big boy opponents coming up, and I'm super excited. It's my opportunity to get out there and showcase all these things that I've been putting together, and then get back to work because we're gonna fight in 2-3 months anyways. Dana willing, I'm always gonna be back out there. So it's just the sky's the limit, and it's a beautiful time to fight, man.
And what was it like too? Because your last fight was in October, you got a big victory there, and now you're coming back in December. Was that the plan? Just let me go for December. I want to get a fight as soon as I can.
That was not the plan, man. We were supposed to be fighting 6 times this year. I had records to break, but COVID slapped me in the face, beat me up a little bit. First opponent to ever do that. And it was hard. I was trying to get as many fights as I could. I've really been in camp all year. Ended up missing a fight in the summer, had another fight fall through opponent wise, and just trying to squeeze as many as we can in because, staying active is a big part for me.
And then lastly for me, where does a victory get you? Where does it bring you to for the next one?
Closer to Disney World, bro. Everybody loves a winner, and you got to go there. That's really all I'm thinking about. Each win is a win. Each victory is a success for me, but it never really means anything until I have the gold. And that's what I've been talking to you guys about from the very beginning, man. And nobody believes it now. They didn't believe it then. They're coming around a little bit, but I'm hungry. I started from the very bottom on purpose so that I could climb my way out and destroy everything in front of me, man. And the day of reckoning is soon coming. The King of War is going to shut down everybody's lifestyle.
And you're getting that Disney World, man, from winning in the NFL, brother. You're going to Disney World.
I'll take you with me. We can both go.
Hey, man, go get him.
Social distancing.
Social distancing is right. Thank you so much. All the best, brother.
We'll take our next set of questions from Jay Anderson with Press.
Hey, Greg, welcome back. I wanted to start with the difference between the feeling before this fight compared to the last one. Last time you had some issues come up that could have derailed it, I believe even like an extortion attempt. Has it been smooth sailing this time?
So, what was the last? I didn't hear the very last part.
Just with everything that happened before the last fight, is it smoother sailing this time?
Yeah, stuff's still going on. It's really hard to get me off of my rocker because I have a calm and steady disposition in life. So kind of got thrown off last time, but I've centered myself, got back to what I know to be true, hanging out with my family, man, and getting back to work. So I'm locked in, and it was really it really just mostly caught me off guard because it was in the middle of weight cut. You're drained of energy, your mind's not working right, like. Things are easily thrown off and things go wrong fast. So that's really what happened in this fight, man. I just came in not worried about anything. Whatever happens, happens. That G Hardy attitude. We're here to fight, bro.
And just give us your thoughts on the matchup with Marcin Tybura. How do you see this one going down?
Hopefully we bleed a lot. We both get $50,000 for Fight of the Night, and we go to Disney World.
All right, and last one for me. I saw you posted some photos with Mike Tyson not too long ago, and I want to ask a two-parter, actually. How do you think the bout with him and Roy Jones, what were your thoughts on it? And then do you see him as a little bit of inspiration? Because he went through a rough stretch in his life and definitely turned it around.
Which stretch are you talking about? Part where he's the greatest fighter of all time or part where we made $300 million?
I would say there was the rough stretch where he also lost that and all of that as well. But
hell, there's people that never get it. I call that rough, But if we are talking about that, it is inspiration. It's a great man. Anybody that can get it in the first place, as have I, has accomplished many, many, many things in this world that no one will ever do. So to be able to be even around that guy, not let alone being around the guys that taught him and have coached him. Phenomenal. It's really blowing my mind. And I don't know if you can tell I'm posting it with mad excitement because that's the future, for me. Turning it around, getting into a camp to where, I can hone my skills in a way that only can happen with championship level people, man. And then I would say for the boxing part, that's a big part for me. I love to be the most diverse athlete, most active, most everything. So it allows me the chance to peek into the boxing world, man, and just attain some skills that aren't obtainable anywhere else. So it's phenomenal, man. I'm loving Team Tyson right now. Can't wait to be a part,
Would you want to take a boxing bout someday?
Oh, yeah. And after I get done shutting this down, handling my MMA business, probably while I'm handling my MMA business, I want to venture into the boxing realm. Dana, I'm trying to holler at Dana. Hopefully we can get some talks into the Zuffa boxing world. Top Rank, some Al Heyman, somebody come holler at me, dude, because I definitely want to go over there and knock out the Gypsy King, make light work of that English cat. I don't even remember his name, Joshua, whatever it is. Crybaby Bomber. We'll knock all those guys out, man. And of course, I'm gonna work for it. So it's an aspiration that I think is coming true real fast, and can't wait for it.
All right. Thanks very much.
We'll take our next set of questions from Mike Bond with USA Today.
Hey, Greg. Just curious. Obviously, you kind of mentioned how all the stuff going on outside the cage impacted your weight cut a little bit last time. But did you do anything different, like in terms of what came up when you were on the scale and the 1 pound and whatnot? But did you do anything different this time around?
First of all, we make no excuses, brother. Nothing impacted my weight cut. I made bad decisions. I decided not to continue to cut because I thought that you could get a whole hour if you missed. Nobody told me that was a bad thing. So we live, we learn. But the weight cut was amazing, dude. I don't know if anybody actually looked at the footage of the weight cut. I had mad energy, skipping around. And that was actually the first time I had that much energy in a weight cut, so it was just a miscalculation and a bad decision on a rookie's part. So really, we're doing the same thing. My weight's on point. It's perfect. We're taking our time. I'm still hydrated, getting ready to come down 20 pounds like I always do. And instead of, not cutting that last 3 early, we're going to handle it this time beforehand, not miss it, and make sure everything's copacetic.
Gotcha. So it was mostly a time management issue last time around, you'd say?
A lack of knowledge.
Gotcha. And as far as this fight, do you like this matchup with Marcin? I mean, he's not a guy who's ranked, which I know are the type of guys you want, but he's headlined UFC cards. He's fought against some of the best in this division. Was this a fight that you feel, can move you up and is good for your career at this stage?
Yeah, I'm not really worried about moving up, man. It'll happen when it happens. When Dana thinks, or when whoever the people that handle those rankings think that it's time, it'll be done, especially if I keep winning. But Marcin is the perfect guy. Ranked or not ranked, the point of me saying that I wanted to fight for ranked guys was to get a guy that has experience, has been through the ringer, that people, can see me tested with, because I haven't had a real test as far as skill-wise and guys that have been through the ranks since, Mr. Volkov. So this is exciting for me.
Yeah, and he's a guy that, can really drag fights into deep waters. He's fought to decision a lot of times. Is that something in camp that you have to kind of prepare for, that, maybe if you're not able to put him away early, you might have to go 15 minutes here?
Man, we got rid of that whole putting people away thing when we fought Alan Crowder. That was the last time I did some craziness like this. We're in the if it happens realm right now, And the deep waters is perfect for me, brother. I don't know if you know my former lifestyle and lifetime. I was the Kraken, so that's where I lived.
Excellent. Thanks, Greg.
We'll take our last set of questions from Damon Martin with MMAfighting.com.
So busy.
Hey, Greg. Right now where we're at, we're literally about 11 months removed from that Volkov fight. And you've obviously made a lot of improvements. You changed your camp. I know Rashad Evans has become kind of a mentor along with Dean Thomas. Can you kind of give me a sense of how much you've grown? And can you recognize the Greg Hardy that fought Volkov versus who you are now?
Man, the growth is exponential, dude. It's so far in advance that my body's really not keeping up. You're not really going to see it in my fights right now, how much, my mind is actually churning and evolving at such a rapid rate. But when it all comes to fruition and I get back in the ring with somebody like Marcin or the next guy, man, I am confident that it's going to just spew out here and there until it literally shows you one of the most complete fighters in the game, man. And that is because I have been around such great people. And to look at myself back then, because I watched that fight a lot, man, just to break down who I was, how I approached the fight and my mental while I was in the fight and what I've learned to reflect and stuff like that. I see a child, and I think I got a lot of respect from that fight, which I appreciate. I love the fans for it and the fight game for it, but I really do see a rookie, a child, and to look back and actually have that thought means that I have evolved. It means that I can actually pick out, and detect and discern what is different from here and now to then. And I'm a definitely different guy. We're going to break his face next time he steps in the ring with me, and I hope it's soon.
From the day you signed with the UFC, coming out the Contender Series, you've always had this giant spotlight on you just because of who you are, obviously the sport, things like that. How have you grown to handle that? You've always seemed to handle it very well, but now you're starting to make that climb. You're starting to build that streak. Obviously, you're building towards those top 15 fighters, and Marcin is a good example of that, a guy who's been in the top 15. How have you handled that? Because you always seem to have a smile on your face, and you kind of you kind of always look like you're enjoying it, but you can't deny that you've always had that spotlight on you, probably brighter than any fighter at this point in their career.
Oh, yeah, and I want it, you know? I always say put it on me. If there's something to blame it on me. If there's something you need to get off your chest, put it on my back, man. It's fine, because I've been doing this for a very long time. I'm trained for this. I'm built for this. I am the number one, if not the best all-time cross-sports athlete ever, at least definitely in my generation. And, you know, your shoulders have to be broad for that, man. And I smile because, you know, I like to move it, you know? We're having a good time at all times. And when you're not having a good time, man, my mom always told me you need to stop doing what you're doing. So I'm happy. I'm appreciative for the second chance. I'm appreciative for the fans accepting me. Like, there's no reason to be upset. There's no reason to be down.
And last thing for me, talking about pressure inside the cage. Obviously, playing on the NFL field that's a different level of pressure in that kind of professional sport. But you are surrounded by teammates. You have your teammates to lean on during a game, things like that. Even when you're in a bad moment, you have your teammates to kind of lean on. In MMA, you're by yourself in so many ways. Obviously, you have your coaches, your teammates to work with you. But at the end of the day, it's just on you. Can you kind of compare those two levels of pressure you've dealt with in professional sports?
Man, the pressure's all the same. You know, at the end of the day, you just got to look at what I've done in my life. And people honestly miss a lot of my accomplishments. I'm an All-American. I'm a 3-time All-American football player that played wide receiver in college, caught touchdowns while playing defensive end, while playing for the basketball team, while playing in the NIT. Well, you know what I mean? Then I get to the NFL. I played gunner, man. I played a defense, linebacker. Like, you know, I'm a ring general. I mean, I'm a field general. I played nose guard at 265. Like, I've done whatever it takes, and I've been on so many different levels and fields. Pro bowler. Like, not only am I built for it, I've done it so many times that it has to be fun. You know, this is just a walk in the park for me. This is another day to enjoy my life, test myself, and because I am a real athlete, because I am the future king of war and the future king of MMA and fight sports. This is what's coming, you know? It's just, hey, another day in the neighborhood.
Thanks, Greg.
No, thank you, brother.
That's all the time we have for you today, Greg. Thank you.
Hit stick and talk shit. Let's do it.
Up next, we will be joined by number 11 ranked UFC bantamweight Rob Font. We are now joined by number 11 ranked UFC bantamweight Rob Font. We'll take our first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Stateside Press.
Hey Rob, how are you?
I'm doing great, man. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. Big fight, big name opponent. It's the last card of the year. Can you describe the feeling right now as the fight is just a few days away?
Yeah, I'm just ready. I'm excited to be back. It's been way too long, being tired of these damn layoffs. And yeah, I just want to get out there, put on a show and, break into the top 5.
I want to go back a bit. They announced this fight pretty quick after he'd had that loss to Corey Sandhagen. Were you surprised by the fact that they offered his name so soon after his last fight?
Yes and no. My manager and Coach Tyson kind of hinted at it, but wasn't something that we were going after. I figured I'll get somebody closer to my ranking, but They threw his name. He gave me the call. I said yes, and now we're here. But definitely a little surprised at first.
Do you expect him to fight a little differently than usual because he feels he has something to prove after that disappointing loss? We'll see. I know. I'm expecting him to kind of come together and try to like wrestle a little more, not necessarily strike as much as usually does, but we'll see. I know, fighters coming off a loss, they're usually hungry. They usually change something up, but he switched camps. He's kind of on a skid right now, so that's kind of in my favor, and hopefully he doesn't change anything. I just put him away early. I saw an interview you did where you said that you just didn't take advantage of some of those breakthrough opportunities in the past, like with Rafael Assunção. Can you talk about what you've done differently so that mentally and everything you are ready this time around with a big fight like Marlon?
With the like those opportunities, I think I was trying to be perfect and trying to do like everything by the book, I guess. I'm going to go out there and just have fun, do what I do, and look for the knockout as anywhere I see, finish anything, just get in there and try to put this guy away. Before I was trying to be too perfect and wasn't like taking as much risk as I should have. And now I'm just gonna go out there and just have fun and just take as many risks as possible.
Finally, just how do you feel you match up stylistically with Marlon and how the fight's gonna play out?
Yeah, I think my reach, my footwork, and my movement's going to be a lot for him to deal with. At the same time, I want to push forward, get him tired, and look for that finish in the second round.
Thank you, Rob.
Appreciate it.
We'll take our next set of questions from Nolan King with USA Today.
Hey, Rob, appreciate the time, man. I just want to go back to the injury that you talked about. Had you had something like this before in your career, or was this the first, major hurdle health-wise that you've had to come over?
Yeah, this is my first major injury. First major injury. I haven't really, got too many, bumps and bruises, even during training camps or anything like that. And this actually happened during the fight, but we bounced back, we recovered. I got a brand new knee, and that's past me, that's behind me.
Mentally, how did you overcome those hurdles that, I'm sure last year for you, you wanted to compete more and you were healthy, and then to go out there, have a good performance and then have to be out for a year. So how did you deal with it mentally and kind of stay positive throughout all that?
Yeah, it was frustrating. It sucked. I honestly did not want to do the surgery. I didn't even think I needed surgery. I tore it in the second round, got through the third round. Woke up the next day, we walked around DC, went to the zoo, did all that. And then once I got the MRI and went to see the surgeon, it was like a shock. They're like, nah, bro, you're out for a year or 9 months and you need surgery. And I was like, what? I couldn't even believe it. But, it's pissed for like 2 days, got us. And then once we booked the surgery, did the surgery and just got right back to work. I basically made rehab my new sport, my new martial art, and just put my head down and got to work. The whole pandemic and the coronavirus situation kind of like slowed everything down. So it wasn't the worst. And at the same time, I got to, tag along with Calvin and so it kept me busy, so it wasn't the worst, but definitely it was frustrating sitting around watching everybody else fight.
And I know you hope this probably changes going forward, but December's kind of been Rob Font Fight Month the last couple of years. In terms of your skills wise, how do you stay consistent and improve when maybe you're not fighting as often as you would like?
I was shadowboxing on one leg. I was figuring out ways to kind of like figure out ways to kick, holding the couch, just figuring out different ways to stay active. Once I was able to kind of ride the bike and shadow box, it wasn't the worst. I would watch a lot of film, watch a lot of fights. My man Mike Azanga hooked it up with the BJJ Fanatic, so I was watching all kind of jiu-jitsu videos, striking videos, and just staying busy. And then obviously training people at the same time. I was still teaching, doing privates, teaching classes. So I'm in the gym all the time, not physically doing it, but I'm still around. And then again, like, watching Calvin rise the way he did, it was motivating and, urged me to, like, have that hunger to get right back to it.
Last one for me. You mentioned Calvin. I know you obviously have a big fight on Saturday. He has a big one in January. How important do you think this stretch is for you guys in terms of the New England cartel and really solidifying you guys at the top of your respective divisions?
Yeah, man, this is big. We got to go out there and obviously win these fights, and it brings us one step closer, bringing the belts back to New England, back to Boston, and obviously holding it down for the cartel.
Appreciate the time, man. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We'll take our next set of questions from Damon Martin with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Rob, you mentioned, of course, coming back from the injury, the last thing you want to deal with is that kind of time off. But when you get a name like Marlon Moraes, former title contender, top 5 or maybe top 3, I'm not sure where he's ranked in the division. Do you feel like that's almost like the ultimate present? Like you come back and you get a big fight like this, like it's almost, not that it's worth it to be off, but like it's like the ultimate present to come back to this fight.
Yeah, man, an early Christmas gift, again, it puts me right back in the mix, regardless of who I fight after this is going to be a big fight. Once I get this knockout, whoever I fight after this is going to be a huge fight. So I just got to go out there and, again, put this guy away in impressive fashion.
This is obviously mixed martial arts, but I don't think it's any giant secret that both you and Marlon like to strike. Is there any part of you that, enjoys that part of the matchup, matching your striking against his striking? Because, again, that's kind of like one of those tests. When you look at a guy like Marlon, if you can beat him on the feet, that says a lot, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm always trying to prove and see where I'm at on the striking. But, again, it's mixed martial arts. So if, he leaves something out there as far as like a neck or his arm, I'm going to jump on it. I'm going to take it. Any opportunity I get, I'm going to take and make him pay for any mistakes he actually delivers.
If there's been a criticism or maybe a common theme with Marlon from some of his opponents, it's that he is a very, very fast starter, but maybe not as much for the longevity later in the fight. Obviously, I'm not going to ask you to give away your game plan, but is that part of it with him? You have to be careful with him early, but do you feel like the later this fight goes, the more it does favor you?
Yeah, I definitely want to push the pace the first round. Wear him a little bit, kind of get in his face, make it a little dirty. At the same time, technical, if that makes sense. And then look for the finish definitely in second toward the third round. But like I said, man, anything happens. If I get the opportunity in the first round, I'm gonna put him away.
And last one for me, Marlon's style is so devastating at points. We've seen him with the head kick knockouts and the big knee he landed on Aljamain and things like that. And you do see some fighters when they face certain opponents like that, they come in almost, nervous, they don't want to engage them. They're kind of gun shy a little bit. You've never really been that way in your career, but you feel like that's a big key against Marlon, not showing fear in the face of, again, I know you respect his power. He's a very dynamic striker, but not showing any kind of like nerves or fear in the face of that.
Yeah, no, that's huge. You got to go in there and fight everybody the same way and just have kind of that fuck it attitude and just go in there and just, get your hand raised at whatever you have to do. Marlon's tough. He's definitely a fast starter. He definitely hits hard, but who doesn't in the UFC? Who doesn't in the top 15? So it's just another name, another opportunity, and I just got to go out there and take advantage of this opportunity.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
We'll take our next set of questions from Pablo Santamaria with Noti MMA Ecuador.
Hi, Rob. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the first thing I want to ask you is, you've been out for almost a year. So are you happy to be back in the octagon, and what we can expect from you?
Damn, I'm excited, man. It's been too long. I just want to put out entertaining fights, high-paced fights, and again, I just want to look for those finishes and get paid, man. I'm hunting for those bonus checks, so expect a fun fight.
I get it. So, what are your thoughts of Marlon as an opponent, and where do you rank him against all your opponents you've faced?
Yeah, man, he's a savage. He's been around forever. He's followed the top guys. Believe he's a former champ in the World Series of Fighting. Was number one contender, I believe, right? Obviously for the UFC. So he's a top guy, and beating a guy like that just puts me right there. And
I just got to go out there and again put this guy away because impressive win over him puts me right there where I need to be for that title shot.
Sure. Okay. There's also a big fight between Chito Vera and Jose Aldo. Who you got in that fight?
Honestly, I don't really care. It's Chito Vera, man. Come on, man. Like in Jose Aldo, so it's going to be an entertaining fight. I know that, but I'm not worried about that. I'm not even sure what the rankings are right now, but whatever fight gets me closer to the belt, that's the fight I want next after this one.
I get it. So, what's your prediction for this fight?
For my fight or Chito's fight?
Yes, for your fight.
Second round knockout.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, Rob, and good luck on your fight.
Thank you.
We'll take our next set of questions from Jay Anderson with Gateside Press.
Hey, Rob. Welcome back. Want to start? Do you have your dog with you today?
Say it one more time.
Do you have your dog with you today?
I don't have my puppies with me, man. I'm pissed. We couldn't get them out here, but next fight.
Is that because of the pandemic restrictions, or?
Yeah, definitely. They're not letting the pups in.
Bummer. All right. Well, I wanted to ask. I mean, you've been on the sidelines, kind of looking at all this go down over the past year. How do you expect to react to the empty arena? Are you going to miss the fans? Is this going to be better because you can hear the coaches?
I honestly think the only thing that's going to be weird is the walkout. After that, I think once we touch glove, I touch him, he touches me. Pause. That didn't sound right, but once we get going and start fighting, I think it's going to be another day in the office,
And that last fight that he had with Sandhagen, did you see anything in that performance in terms of holes in his game that you can exploit?
Yeah, man. Sandhagen, he's on fire right now. He showed a lot. He showed a lot. What happens when you keep the range? You show a lot of footwork, and you go out there and you just be fearless. And I plan on mimicking that.
And speaking of keeping the range, then, I mean, how big a factor do you think that reach advantage you have is going to be?
It's huge, man. It's huge. But again, if I don't use it, it won't mean much. But so my plan is go out there and use the range, use the footwork, and then when I need to close the gap, I'll close the gap.
All right. Well, looking forward to it this weekend. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
That's all we have for you today, Rob. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Up next, we will be joined by UFC welterweight Khaos Williams. We're now joined by UFC welterweight Khaos Williams, and we'll take our first set of questions from Jay Anderson with Gateside Press.
Carolina, can we just wait 1 second?
Okay.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, perfect. Jay, you can ask your question.
Hey, thanks very much. And Khaos, welcome back. Ahead of this one, your opponent Pereira, he said he has 43 weird moves to show you in this fight. I imagine you don't plan on giving him a chance to show nearly that many, but what are you expecting from him? Because his style is, to put it lightly, pretty out there.
Hey, ain't no telling, man. It's a fight, man. I'm just about to adapt to whatever he give me. Like I say, for everybody, he make a mistake, he got to pay.
I know it's cliche, but you're a guy who finishes fights. He's a guy who finishes fights. It feels like there's no way this one goes the distance. Is that kind of the feeling you have going in?
Definitely, man. That's definitely the feeling that I have going in, man. You know, it's my way. He out of there first round. But if not, I feel like he's going to come in a little bit smarter. So I might just have to ground him out, punish him all 3 rounds.
And you said in an interview recently that your last opponent, Abdul Razak Al Hassan, was actually more dangerous than Pereira. So I know you're not looking past him, but what about Pereira makes him any less dangerous?
I mean, you answer that question. I mean, think about it. You know, when you compare both of them two, you got Razak, you know, 10 first round knockouts, you know, 2 losses. I mean, the resume speaks for itself.
Fair enough. And last one for me, you're one of the fighters who in 2020 has had a really solid year inside the cage. What's been the key to success, you know, especially with everything going on that could be a huge distraction, but obviously hasn't been for you?
Man, you know, just my mindset, my work ethic, you know, and just, you know, God just keeping me strong, man, through it all.
All right. Well, best of luck this Saturday.
Thank you.
We'll take our next set of questions from Nolan King with USA Today.
Hey, Khaos, appreciate the time, man. I know your last fight was your second fight, and you got knockouts in both of them, but I felt like the last fight really put you over for the fans. It got you a lot of buzz. Have you felt the difference coming into this fight, that maybe there's more eyeballs on this one?
Definitely, man. You know, I was a co-main event my last fight, and, you know, I shined. And I took advantage of the opportunity when it was presented in an extraordinary way. And now, you know, I got a gamed opponent, another seasoned opponent, and, you know, I'm about to shine again.
You know, you talked about his style. Did you have to do anything different to prepare for somebody that's going to be doing backflips and all sorts of weird stuff off the cage, or do you just try to focus on, you know, what you're supposed to go out there and do? You know, I just focus on what I'm about to go out there and do. You know, I adapt to whichever fighter I'm in there with. You know, and this guy, you know, I just got to do me. That's really it. Just do me, go have some fun out there. And like I always say, man, just go test that chin out. When you get in there, is it something that you're, you know, keeping mindful to not get distracted with all of his flashy strikes, or do you think that that's not going to be something that phases you no matter what? Something that's not going to phase me no matter what. You know, I'm one of the most mentally strong people for a fact. And, you know, it's nothing that I can't handle. And I know we've only seen in the UFC quick glimpses of you, but for maybe people that haven't seen you go past the minute mark in a fight, you know, how much is there that we haven't seen on the other side of that minute? Man, it's a lot. You know, I'm a well-rounded fighter. I'm only getting better every day. And, you know, one of these days, maybe Saturday, hey, the world get to witness a little bit more. Awesome, man. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
We'll take our next set of questions from Sumik Data with Sportskeeda.
Hey, Khaos. Hope you're doing well.
Yep, pretty good.
So when this fight was first announced, everyone got excited because stylistically, both you and Michel Pereira are very fancy fighters. And given your impressive run in the UFC so far, is it safe to assume that we're about to witness another quick fight this weekend?
Man, you know, I'm not you know, I really can't speak on the future, you know, but hopefully so, man. I know I put the work in, and I just know that it's a fight. You know, I know it's a fight. At the end of the day, like I said, he come in here doing all that crazy stuff. He got to pay, and in a brutal way.
And speaking of this weekend, your opponent, of course, has also caught a lot of attention with his performances so far. What was your reaction when this fight was first announced, and what do you think of him as an opponent?
I mean, I feel like it's him as an opponent. I think, you know, he just like anybody else, man. He a human being. He in my way. That's how I look at everybody. You know, you in my way. If you sign that contract, you know, you feel like you can beat me, I'm going to show you otherwise.
All right. I also got to ask you this. The main event for this week is a welterweight fight, and you rising through that division, do you have any predictions for Wonderboy versus Geoff Neal?
No, sir.
All right, fair enough. Last question from me. You're still relatively quite early in your UFC career, but you've made a lot of noise with your winning run. Heading into the new year, what would your goals be for 2021?
Well, you know, finish this year off great, you know, have a great Christmas off Buddy Chin, you know, and relax a little bit, probably a couple weeks, and then just get right back into the gym, man. You know, one of my teammates, he about to fight January 23rd. So, you know, I got to get back to helping Joaquin as well in the gym. So I'll be right back to it.
All right. I wish you all the best for this fight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll take our next set of questions from Damon Marlin with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Khaos. Kind of playing off an earlier question about, showing more of your skills. Obviously, you can't predict you're going to get a pair of 30-second knockouts to start your UFC career, but is there any part of you that almost hopes you go, deep in the first round, deep in the second round, just to show, you have more weapons than just that, that quick knockout power?
I mean, not really, man. I'm really just getting started. This is only the beginning for real. So, I mean, if I can go ahead and get it over with in a minute and 30 seconds and 20 seconds, why not? Down the line, I'm gonna have those wars. But right now, if I can get it over with soon, why not?
When you talk to the greatest, knockout punchers of all time, they always say they don't look for the knockout; it just comes to you. Has it been that way for you these past couple of fights? You're not out there seeking it, but it's just kind of worked out that way.
Definitely, I agree. Definitely, that's definitely how it is, man. I go in there and I just take advantage of the opportunities when the opportunity presented. I go in there and I'm like a sniper.
A lot has been made about, Michel Pereira, his kind of crazy, wild style. But, a lot of times, that crazy, wild style is flashy and it's good to look at, but it can also put you in some compromising positions. You kind of get yourself out of position and kind of sticking to the basics always seems to work. You feel like that's a big part of this, is just not really paying attention to the flash and flare and just kind of sticking to what got you here.
Definitely, man. Definitely. Like I said, it's a fight. I'm going to just keep it simple. Just keep it simple, man. Fundamentals.
And, when you have two really brutal knockouts like you did in your first two fights in the UFC, immediately the expectations start. What's he going to do this time? Can you do it again? Those kind of things. How have you handled that, and how do you prepare for that in a fight, knowing that, everyone's watching, kind of like Joaquin Buckley, getting that viral knockout, and then immediately, what's he going to do next? And Joaquin went out there, did his work, still got a great knockout, but didn't seem to let it affect him. Is it kind of the same thing with you here?
Yeah, man, it's never no pressure on me. All I got to do is just go out there and win. That's the main focus, just go out there and win. That's really it.
And last one for me, so much gets made about when you start a win streak in the UFC, and you're on a much longer win streak than just the UFC, but when you start picking up these high-profile wins, is making the rise up the rankings. In terms of balancing in your head where you're at, coming out of this fight, like, do you feel like this is a fight that's going to get you toward those fights? Does that even matter to you right now?
Excuse me, what was the question again? The last part? About
in terms of getting in the rankings.
Oh, man, no, man, it's going to happen. It's inevitable, so it's really no rush.
Thanks, Khaos.
Yeah.
We'll take our next set of questions from Koji Cruz with For the Win podcast.
Hey, Khaos, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good to talk to you. Thank you for your time. You're one of the hottest prospects of the year, but so far we've seen you only less than a minute in the octagon, like a colleague said before. Is this a fight where if we go 3 rounds, what new aspects could we see from you?
Man, you can see, man, that my gas tank stay on full, for one. For two, just, how I handle adversity if that happens. But, just so much more, man. Y'all just got to wait and see come Saturday.
Fair enough. In all of your fights, including this one, you have taken only a month's notice and to prepare for the fight. How long would you ideally need to prepare for a fight properly?
I mean, really, I'm always ready. Like I said, when you stay ready, you don't got to get ready. So when they call me for 2 weeks, when they call me for 3 weeks and, anything like that, I'm always ready. But I say ideal. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. 2 weeks or better. But as I continue to progress in this sport, continuing to get them top 15 or top 20 guys or, top 10, of course, I'm going to need a little bit more time. But, I really don't know, man. I just stay in shape, stay ready.
And regarding how often are you fighting right now, how many times would you like to fight in 2021?
And it just all depends on how the fight goes, how my body goes. You know, I always listen to my body, but if I continue to knock people out, shoot, I'll fight every month if possible.
Absolutely. Final question from me. Is there anything you would like to say in this time of the year to the fans? This is the last event of the year. This is going to be probably the last public address that you'll have through the company. So if you want to share some holiday greetings with the fans, that would be amazing.
I would just say to everybody, keep your head up, stay safe out here. You know, yeah, that's it.
Thank you, sir. Best of luck on your fight.
Thank you.
We'll take our last set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with K-Side Press.
Hey, Khaos. I just had one final question. When you've had quick finishes like these, 30 seconds your last two fights, when you go back to the gym, how do you gauge your growth as a fighter? Because obviously there's not a lot to go back and study that you actually got to put into practice.
True. But, I just continue to just get better, man. I can feel it. When you in the gym every day and you working on technical stuff and, you putting it into the toolbox, like I know what's going on. I know myself, I know when I'm getting better. Even though I went out there and I got it over in 30 seconds and I'm right back in the gym, I'm not out of shape. So, hey, the work always will speak for itself in the end.
Okay, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
That's all we have for you today, Khaos. Thank you.
Yeah.
Up next, we'll be joined by number 11 ranked UFC welterweight Geoff Neal. We're now joined by number 11 ranked UFC welterweight Geoff Neal, and we'll take our first set of questions from Jay Anderson with Gateside Press.
Hey, Geoff. Good to see you back. Good to see you healthy. Wanted to first off say just congrats on the main event as well. I imagine that's pretty exciting and a good confidence boost to know that the promotion would turn to you, especially when there's two former champs on the card.
Yeah, it's really an honor to be on the main event right now. I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting just like a regular fight, you know what I mean? But for Wonder Boy to accept the fight with me and the UFC to actually let it happen, it means a lot, and I'm excited to go out there and showcase what I can do.
And I mean, you've had a great run in the UFC so far, but do you think this, with the added attention, could be the one that really connects you to a larger fan base?
Yeah, for sure. I'm fighting a real tough opponent. People bring up his age, 37, that he's 37, but he's still in his prime. You know what I mean? I feel like if you watch his last fight with Luke, he's still Wonder Boy. You know what I mean? Nothing has been lost. No steam has been lost. And, if I get a good win over him, like that will solidify my status as a title contender.
And I wanted to go back to August. You had a very serious illness, an infection that went septic. It's good to see you back, and it was clearly a very scary situation, man. But I'm kind of wondering how that experience changed your outlook, be it, on fighting or just in life in general.
Honestly, it really didn't change anything. I always had a real positive outlook on life before that, you know what I mean? And that probably is my mindset when before I got sick was probably helped me get through the sickness, you know what I mean? Because the whole time I was sick, not once did it cross my mind that I wouldn't be fighting again. Not once did it cross my mind that I was going to die. Like one moment I had a thought that like, hey, I need to get something checked out because I really might be dying. But other than that, like I knew I would be fine and I knew I would push through and make it through.
Once you were released from the hospital, I mean, how long was it before you felt 100% and, were training full force in the gym?
Right after I got out of the hospital, I was suppose I just had to sit at my apartment for about a month, you know what I mean, and do nothing at all. So I just sat in there, did nothing, and then I got back in the gym after that. And I was kind of scared to really push it, you know what I mean, because I had congestive heart failure. So I'm in the gym, I'm worried about my heart stopping. Like I'm always checking my pulse like every other minute, So it took me a while, but after a month of just being in the gym, slowly getting back into it, I started getting more comfortable and I was able to push it. And once I got word on the fight, I was already in the gym full swing. So it was just like I just had to keep climbing up that hill.
As a guy who's had a few heart issues over the years, I feel you. I'm checking your pulse all the time.
Yeah.
Preparing for Wonderboy, man, his style is so well known, but there aren't a lot of guys out there quite like him. Did you bring anyone in to mimic that in sparring or do anything special to prepare for him?
Nothing special as far as like my training camp. I didn't bring anybody in either. You know what I mean? I was going to bring a couple people in, but we had the guys at our gym that were solid training partners. I had Uriah Hall, Ryan Spann, and Stevie Wynn. Charles Bird also, he's good at mimicking other people's style. And the first three I named, they all come from karate, traditional karate backgrounds, kind of. So, you know what I mean? They gave me real good looks and real good insight on the things I need to do and the things I shouldn't do going into this fight with Wonderboy.
And last one for me. I mean, obviously now you're in a 5-round fight. How does that change things for you?
It doesn't change anything. I haven't fought any 5-round fights except for one time in the regional circuit. But even my coach, Coach Safe, he prepares us for five minute rounds, regardless if it's a 3-5 minute round fight. So I'm ready for it. It didn't change anything in my camp, and it didn't change my mindset going into this fight.
All right. Well, thanks very much, and best of luck this weekend.
No problem. Thank you, man.
We'll take our next set of questions from Omer Murtzavici with S Sport.
Hello, Geoff. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing, man?
Thanks, man. Thanks. You have been a winning streak. Do you think you beating Stephen will be enough for the title match?
Say that one more time.
Do you think you beating Stephen will be enough for a title match?
Yeah, maybe. It might be. I might have to get one more fight after I beat him. Depending on what I do. Like I said, if I do like a spinning backwards tornado kick and knock him out, then I'll for sure get a title shot after that. But even if it's like a really, really good fight and I look really impressive, but I'm just looking to get the win and one more fight after that, then fight for the title. That's my plan.
Okay, my other question. Can we say is the biggest match of your career?
Yeah, it's the biggest match of my career for sure. Yeah, you know what I mean? And honestly, every fight in the UFC has been the biggest matchup of my career. Like every fight is detrimental. Even before the UFC, it was even worse before the UFC because you can't take any losses on the regional circuit because that would derail your chances of being in the UFC. So each fight I've had is always meant the world to me, it meant everything to me, and it's always been a must win. So like this fight I'm walking into, this must win. I have to win. I can't lose. I won't lose.
Okay, my last question. What do you think about Colby, Usman, and Jorge Triangle on welterweight division?
I don't think much about them. Right now, I'm only thinking about Wonderboy. We'll talk about them after.
Okay, thank you. Good luck on Saturday.
Cool, thank you. Next.
Sleepy. We'll take the next set of questions from Damon Martin with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Geoff. Coming into this fight, a lot has been made about, Wonderboy's ranking number 5 in the world. And there would be something to be said about him having the pressure on him because, obviously you're lower ranked in the rankings, but do you feel like that there is a certain level of pressure on you because this is your chance? This is your opportunity to get in that top five. Do you feel that a little bit? I mean, do you embrace that pressure?
I say I don't feel any pressure, but I mean there is pressure there, if I'm being honest. But I don't let the pressure get to me. It's in my eyes, it's just another fight. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna fight to the best of my ability. And if that's not enough, then that's not enough. That just means I need to go back to the gym and train more. So right, like in this moment right now, there's no pressure. I don't feel any pressure. I know what I'm capable of, and I know I'm prepared for this moment. So I'm just gonna go out there and do what I do.
Without getting too deep in the woods on game plan, and because obviously you're not, Jorge Masvidal, you're not Vicente Luque, but when you look at the guys who have lost to Wonder Boy, what do you feel like is the biggest mistake they're making in terms of the way they're approaching the fight? Because he does have a very creative, very unique style, but there are certain guys who just haven't been able to adapt to it. They haven't been able to figure it out. What do you feel like is the biggest mistake guys have made with him?
A lot of them, they take too much time trying to figure them out. It's real hard to give my take on it without giving too much away of what I'm going to do. But what I will leave it at is they spend a lot of time. Wonder Boy does a good job at making the other person think more than they should.
We've seen, Wonder Boy, his chin has been tested before. Obviously, credit to Anthony Pettis getting that crazy knockout over him, but he's taken big shots from guys like Tyron Woodley, who I think most people would agree is one of the heaviest punchers in the division and survived. Yeah. What does it say if you're able to go out there and knock out, not just beat Wonder Boy, but knock out a guy like Wonder Boy?
I mean, it says I got power. You know what I mean? That's how like when I envision the fight, that's one of the things I envision, like me taking him by knockout. You know what I mean? But I know it's not an easy thing to do. You know what I mean? He's been hit by some heavy hitters and he hasn't went out. He got hit by Pettis, but that was one of those punches. But it just says I got power and I'm ready for the belt. You know what I mean? If I could take out Wonder Boy, there's no denying me. You know what I mean?
And last one for me, Geoff, both of you and Wonder Boy, I talked about you guys before the fight. Both of you kind of expressed, similar feelings on the whole, height versus reality thing in the welterweight division. Mm-hmm. So much talk. And obviously guys like Colby have proven themselves, but they also talk quite a bit. But are you okay with kind of that workmanlike attitude that you have where you're not going to say crazy things to get attention? You're just going to go out there and fight. And are you confident that will get you to where you want to go in terms of the title shot or contender spot after this fight?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with what got me here. You know what I mean? I didn't get here by running my mouth, and that's not me. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna put out this persona that's not me. So I'm gonna stay true to myself. And if me staying true to myself doesn't get me to the title, then I'll go to sleep happy. You know what I mean? I'm gonna keep my dignity and keep my honor intact, and I'll be happy. But I really feel like I can get there just by my fighting style and what I do in the cage. You know what I mean? People want to see fighters like me going out there, you know what I mean, striking, trying to knock the other person out, So if I keep on winning, keep knocking people out, I'll get to where I need to be.
Thank you, Geoff.
Thank you.
God, no, the next set of questions from Pablo Santamaria with Multi MMA Ecuador.
Hey, Geoff, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's been a year since you fight the last time, so what can I expect from you in this fight? Are you happy? What do you feel coming into this fight?
I just feel like that year, it was a blessing, but there was also a lot of bad things that happened this year. But I got a lot of time to work on different things. You know what I mean? I started the year working on different things in my style and in my game, and I didn't know why I was doing it. I was just doing it just to play around, just to try something different. And then when I got this call about the Wonder Boy fight, I'm like, this is perfect because I've been working on this all year. So I'm going to get a chance to showcase the things I've been working on, and let's see if it works.
Okay, I get it. So you were supposed to face Neil Magny, and then you fell out of the fight. And when you get offered Wonder Boy, what was your reaction when they offered the fight against Wonder Boy?
Yeah, I was surprised first, you know what I mean, for Wonder Boy. Like, I had no, like, you know what I mean, when I thought about the potential people I can fight, Wonder Boy wasn't even like in the realm of thought, you know what I mean? I wasn't even thinking about him. You know what I mean? I thought he deserved somebody above him, you know what I mean? I've been saying that for a while, but he accepted the fight with me, and I couldn't be happier, you know what I mean? For whatever reason, I'm grateful, you know what I mean? He's giving me a shot at really making a name for myself, and I appreciate that.
Okay, so where do you think Wonderboy is more dangerous? We know he's a very good striker, but do you think like the middle kicks or the push kicks are the important key in his game?
He's honestly, his hands are dangerous too. You know what I mean? His kicks sets up his hands. You know what I mean? People start getting so worried about his push kicks and what he can do with his legs. They forget that he has two fists hiding down below his waist, and he cracks people with those. So he's dangerous everywhere when it comes to striking. You know what I mean? He might have some deficiencies when it comes to like up close, but he's real good at keeping the distance. So he's dangerous everywhere.
Okay. So what's your prediction for this fight, Nick?
It's the same as every fight, you know what I mean? Either a first or second round finish or a 3-round war, you know, or a 5-round war. You know, I'm fighting championship round. So, but not championship round. I'm pretending like it is. But yeah, that's either 5-round war or a first, second round finish.
I get it. Would you like to send a message to your Ecuadorian fans?
To who? My Korean fans?
Ecuadorian from Ecuador.
Hey, y'all, I appreciate y'all supporting me. You know, I'm kind of new in this game, but I'm about to make a big name for myself on Saturday.
Thank you very much, Geoff, and good luck in your fight.
Thank you.
We'll take our next set of questions from Eric Addison with Kimura.se.
Hi. So earlier in the year, you were talking about how you had to pick up your serving job while waiting for your next fight. How much did that affect your training, and have you been able to focus on your fight camp 100% for this fight?
It really never does affect my training. You know what I mean? I fit my days that I work in around the time that I'm not doing anything, when there's like a layoff from the gym or like, you know what I mean? I'm not training. So, and I like working, so it's nothing to it. So, it didn't affect anything. I stopped working about a month before the fight, you know what I mean? So about a month ago, I stopped working just so I can get more rest. Because, you know what I mean, when it comes to serving, you're always on your feet, running back and forth. And I worked till like 2-3 o'clock in the morning most of the time. So I took a little time off, but yeah, working's work. I love it. You know, when I get done with this fight, I'm going to take a month off, and I'm probably going to get back to work again. So that's what I do.
That's really cool. And so you've been mentioning in your previous interviews that you've been a little bit frustrated about that no one wants to fight you because of your ranking. Are you hoping that a win against Wonderboy will give you a better chance of staying active in 2021?
Yeah, for sure. I'm really hoping that, you know what I mean, regardless of the outcome, you know what I mean, it's going to put a lot of like hype, not hype, but like, you know what I mean? A lot of people really want to see me back out there again. So I'm really hoping a good performance, anything, you know what I mean? Of course, I'm expecting to win. So that's what I'm going to do. But, you know, it's going to put me where I need to be after this weekend.
Cool. And then my last one is Khamzat Chimaev was supposed to headline the card, and he's now one of the most hyped up fighters in the welterweight division after just 3 fights. Do you think the hype is real, and would you like to face him in 2021 if possible?
I don't know if the hype is real. You know what I mean? We'll see if the hype is real when he fights Leon. You know, people always say like all that hype and stuff. You know what I mean? I get it. Like from a fighter perspective, I don't like it. You know what I mean? Because he hasn't done enough. But you know what I mean? When it comes to business, like, you know, like I can't hate on the man. So if I was in his same shoes, I would be doing the same thing, you know? So props to him. But I honestly haven't seen enough to say the hype is real or not, you know? Him fighting Leon is going to be a good test to see where he's really at.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
We'll take our next set of questions from Cody Cruz with For the Win podcast.
Hey, Mr. Neal, how you doing?
Doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for your time. After all the health concerns you had, how do you feel this adversity affected you? Were there any lessons to learn or any silver linings from all these unfortunate situations?
You know, kind of in a way, you know what I mean? Like I was saying earlier, like, you know what I mean? I always have a good positive mindset. So me being sick really didn't change any of that. I did lose a fight with Neil Magny, but my mom told me, you know what I mean? Don't worry, you know, God has something greater plan for you. And you know what I mean? A month or 2 later, I get this call about fighting Wonderboy. So I mean, I guess she was right, you know. And I'm happy. I'm grateful.
Absolutely. You're one of the prospects who won a contract in the Contender Series, and since then you've been undefeated in the UFC. What do you think about the opportunity that the Contender Series provides to show your skills in the most prominent promotion in MMA?
It was great. You know what I mean? When I fought for the Contender Series, I really didn't know too much about it because it was like, I guess it just started. I think it was like the second week or something that I fought on. And I had just fought the week before. Like I fought Friday, and then the next Friday I got the call to go up on the Tuesday to fight. So, you know what I mean? I had no expectations. I didn't know the gravity of the situation I was coming into, you know what I mean? And I won my fight, and I didn't think I was going to get a contract, and I got a contract, and I was like, damn, I'm in the UFC now. So the Dana White Contender Series, that was it's great. You know, it's good for all these up and coming fighters that want a shot. You know what I mean? It's like a tryout pretty much. So it's good to get a litmus test on all these fighters and see how good they are.
You said that Michael Chiesa and Santiago Ponzinibbio apparently did not want to fight you. If you beat Wonderboy, it would be difficult for someone else to refuse to fight you. You would be undeniable, since you would probably enter the upper echelon of the division. Do you have anyone else in mind at this point?
No, not right now. You know, I'm not going to look past Wonderboy. You know, that's a wall I got to get through. You know what I mean? Like he's not somebody to look past and think about who I'm going to fight next. Once I get past him, I'm going to start thinking about who I'm going to fight next. But right now, it's just Wonderboy on my mind.
We're ending this crazy ride called 2020, and a lot has happened, and I'm pretty sure we're all looking forward to next year. What would be your holiday greeting for the MMA community?
Say that one more time.
I'm sorry. I said that we're ending this crazy ride called 2020, and a lot has happened, and I'm pretty sure we're all looking forward to next year. What would be your holiday greeting for the MMA community?
Oh, a great fight. You know, either I give the MMA community a knockout, or I give them a 5-round war. You know what I mean? I think people are really looking forward to a 5-round battle. You know, I'm not. Yeah, who wants to go in there for 5 rounds? But I'm gonna give the fans what they want.
Best of luck on your fight, sir. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
We'll take our last set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Stateside Press.
Hey, Geoff, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Quick question. So, as a server, do you work at a restaurant that happens to show UFC fights?
No, they don't do the pay-per-view at the one I work at, but if it's on ESPN, they'll put it on TV's show them.
So when you're fighting, do your coworkers all, does just their service drop down because they're all distracted watching you?
Yeah, for sure. It always does. Like even when it's pay-per-view, like there's sometimes they have like pay-per-view cards. They'll like stream it in the back, and then the guests would be out there thirsty and starving because the server's in the back watching me fight. Luckily, a lot of my fights I get it done quick, so they don't stay in the back for too long. But yeah, they'll drop the customers just to watch me fight.
They got their priorities right.
Yeah. Sure.
There have been several Contender Series alumni who have been in main events. If you win, you'd be the first Contender Series alum to win a UFC main event. Does that mean anything to you?
I didn't even know that was the thing. And then really doesn't mean nothing. I want to be the first one to get a belt. That's what really matters.
There's a lot going on at welterweight, and I just wanted to get your take on it. In 2021, do you think that Gilbert Burns will be the one to take on Usman next? Or do you think a guy, maybe yourself, maybe Leon or Hamzat or somebody, could slide into the title fight?
I don't know. Really don't know. I mean, right now, I thought it was Gilbert. I didn't know there was anything that was going to say it wasn't Gilbert fighting him. So I'm going to say, yeah, it's Gilbert. That's Gilbert's shot, so he gets the next crack at it.
And that's actually all from me, man. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
That's all we have for you today, Geoff. Thank you.
All right. Cool. Thank you.
Up next, we'll be joined by number 15 ranked UFC bantamweight Marlon Vera. We're now joined by number 15 ranked UFC bantamweight Marlon Vera, and we'll take our first set of questions from Danny Segura with MMA Jam.
¿Qué tal, Chito? ¿Cómo te va? ¿Cómo estás?
Todo bien, brother. ¿Cómo vas?
Bien, bien. Oye, históricamente tú nunca has pedido por combate, siempre estás dispuesto a pelear con quien sea, cuando sea, pero esta es una de esas excepciones y tuviste un nombre que llamar y pediste a José Aldo y te dieron la pelea. Ya que estamos unos días del combate, ¿cómo te sientes al respecto de que pues te dieron la oportunidad de pelear con una leyenda como José Aldo?
Pues me siento bien, me siento contento y creo que fue la oportunidad que uno pide cuando ganas una pelea grande y estás en una posición de ver lo que se te puede dar, ¿no? Entonces, es una pelea de estilos, ¿no? Yo creo que él viene de bajada, yo voy a subir, nos vamos a topar ahí en el medio, ¿no? Entonces, o él se queda arriba o yo me voy para arriba, ¿no? Entonces, es uno de los dos el que va a salir y espero ser yo ese.
¿Y exactamente qué te llamó la atención para pedir este nombre? Pues el nombre que es José Aldo, su posición en los rankings, ¿qué exactamente te llamó la atención?
Yo creo que fue la posición en el ranking, yo creo que fue que venía de una derrota por el título, que es algo, hablando de negocios, es algo importante porque si le gano a alguien que viene perdiendo por el título, me pondré ahí en la línea y pues pedimos a él, a Edgar o a Cruz y a él fue el que me dieron. Entonces, estoy contento con la oportunidad, estoy preparado y realmente no puedo esperar para hacer mi trabajo.
Y yo sé que tú eres alguien que siempre considera la próxima pelea la más grande de tu carrera. Entonces, sin duda, obviamente esta sigue siendo la pelea más grande. Pero en cuanto a, no sé, a historia, ¿se puede decir que esta es un poquito, de pronto no más grande, pero más especial porque pues estás peleando con un ex campeón, una leyenda del deporte?
Yo honestamente, sin faltarle el respeto a nadie, no lo veo así, ¿no? Para mí simplemente es otro peleador enfrente mío y no puedo pelear con él mirando hacia arriba, ¿no? Tengo que pelear con él mirándolo a los ojos, mirándolo directo hacia el frente y para arriba solo se ve a Dios, ¿no? Entonces, para mí no existe hombre grande ni reto imposible, ¿no? Yo estoy preparado, estoy listo y el día sábado van a ver lo que voy a traer, ¿no? Estoy muy preparado y vengo con mucha pelea dentro de mí.
Sí, vienes de una muy buena racha, pues has ganado muchos combates en tus últimas trayectorias y el único que perdiste, de hecho muchas personas pensaron que habías ganado. Obviamente siendo un evento coestelar, una pelea muy importante, ¿crees que te vuelves contendiente al título con una victoria el sábado?
100%. Esa fue la
la idea detrás de pedir una de estas 3 peleas, porque una victoria ante uno de ellos me pondría ahí directo en la fila para ser campeón.
Definitivamente. Bueno, y por último, ¿le quieres mandar un saludito a la gente latina y a los hispanos que te van a estar apoyando el sábado?
100%, darles las gracias por el apoyo siempre, por estar conmigo, por respaldarme, y pues sé que cuando voy a pelear tengo toda esa energía latina, especialmente de Ecuador, que está en mis hombros, y no es un peso, sino es un impulso, siempre lo he dicho así.
Vale, muchísimas gracias y suerte este sábado.
Gracias a ti, brother.
Vale, chao.
We'll take our next set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Stateside Press.
Hello, Chito. Good to talk to you again, and I'm sorry if you're repeating some of these just in English.
Okay.
So the obvious question, how is life different for you since you beat Sean O'Malley?
There's no difference, I still been the same person. I do the same thing, that is work hard every day, keeping a good diet, keeping a good energy, and just keep working forward in the next fight. There's not really nothing changed.
Have you been getting a lot of attention or just maybe support from fans than you did before?
Yeah, you always get that with when you win. You always go. I remember when I was in the Ultimate Fighter, Verdun always says, you win, you go a step forward, you lose, you go 2 backwards. So every time you win, you get something. You go a step forward, you get in the rankings, you go ahead, and you fight a bigger fight the next one. So it's how things works in the UFC.
I know with that fight, there was obviously a lot of attention. O'Malley was saying stuff. It was on a pay-per-view. How are the emotions different this time because Jose Aldo does not talk trash?
To me, it doesn't matter if you're talking or not. Last fight, everybody can see how I handle myself. This time, I keep the same energy. When I say things, I mean it. I just don't say things because I hear it for another cool fighter and I repeat them. I don't go to Google and find quotes to say. I keep the same energy, but when the cage is locked, there's only one goal, and that goal is to fuck you up.
People are asking, is Jose Aldo slowing down at this point in his career? Is he not at the top of his game anymore? What's your opinion? Do you think he's still as dangerous, or do you think he's starting to slow down?
Definitely he's slowing down a little bit, but you cannot count him out. You cannot think it's going to be easy. You cannot think you're going to walk through the guy, because when you forget about you got to fight before you win, you might get clipped and then you realize you pay for your mistakes. So I'm thinking I'm going to be in the hardest fight of my life. I will see the best scenario, but I also see and feel the worst scenario. So I'm just prepared. I'm prepared, and I'm ready for a hard fight. And if he slows down and give up, good for me. But if not, I'm ready to put the 4x4 and just go to war.
My final question, how do you feel you match up with him stylistically, and how this fight is going to go?
I feel it's a good matchup. I feel for both of us. I think it's a fun fight for the fans, and how the fight will go, I'm going to finish him.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
We'll take our next set of questions from Jose Luis Santa Cruz with Diario La Hora de Ecuador.
Estimado Chito, ¿cómo estás? Saludos, Eduardo Tayuplanta del medio digital de Rabona desde Quito.
¿Qué tal, brother? ¿Todo bien?
Bien, todo en orden. Primero que nada, felicitarte, realmente bastante orgullosos acá en Ecuador. El sábado tendrás la oportunidad de oro de llegar a consolidarte como los mejores del mundo. Yo quería preguntarte qué ha significado este reto y esta oportunidad de enfrentar una leyenda, en José Aldo, y una persona que está en el ranking de los top 10.
Pues es una oportunidad grande, especialmente por el número que tiene bajo su nombre, es el número 7 del mundo. Realmente una victoria ante él me pondría en la fila para una pelea por el cinturón, y fue una de las 3 peleas que pedimos. La UFC nos dio la oportunidad y estoy agradecido, estoy motivado, y el día sábado el Ecuador va a ver a un Chito Vera preparado.
Perfecto. También es importante recalcar que hoy por hoy ha sido una pieza fundamental en el crecimiento de las artes marciales dentro del país. ¿Qué se siente tener todo el apoyo del Ecuador y saber que has formado parte de este desarrollo y crecimiento?
Pues es un orgullo para mí representar a la tricolor. Para mí, trato de llevar mi carrera de la forma más limpia y adecuada para que para que no solo la gente se sienta feliz por mi éxito, pero vean que hay que mantener tus carreras con mucha disciplina, con mucho esfuerzo y saber llevar el nombre de tu país. No soy el único ecuatoriano en la UFC. Si yo no me comportaría de la forma correcta, de la forma adecuada, pues sería una vergüenza para el país y eso sería lo último que haría por mi país, por mi familia y por eso. Así que trato de mantenerme siempre al margen y ser un peleador muy disciplinado que se esfuerza mucho por su trabajo.
Sí, sí, eso sin lugar a dudas es un gran ejemplo para todos los atletas. En cuanto al tu desarrollo en el nivel de strike en tu pelea de pie, nosotros hemos podido evidenciar el crecimiento y desarrollo que has tenido en tu pelea con O'Malley o con Yadón. ¿Crees que tal vez esta sea una de tus armas más importantes dentro del octágono frente a Aldo o será tu jiu-jitsu y la lucha?
Yo creo que un poquito de todas, ¿no? Yo creo que hay peleas que tú ya sabes que van a ser solo de pie o peleas que van a tener un poquito de piso y de pie, pero es difícil saber. Yo creo que mi striking ha mejorado mucho, pero soy de las personas que no se enamora con un arte. No soy de los que dice, solo con esto puedo ganar, porque así le cierras la oportunidad a otras formas de ganar. Entonces, yo siempre entreno las tres artes, por decirlo así, de pie, la lucha y el piso, casi que por igual, para estar preparado en todas las áreas.
Perfecto. Este día sábado nosotros evidenciaremos la vieja escuela, por así decirlo, en José Aldo, una estrella, múltiples veces campeón de la división, y ahora un personaje que resurge, ¿no? Estás creciendo en los rankings. ¿Cómo crees tú que se va a reflejar el tema de la edad de Aldo y tu vigoridad con tu menor edad?
Pues ahí es donde chocan las ganas y la juventud en contra de la experiencia, ¿no? Y ahí vamos a ver quién hace el mejor plan de pelea, quién sabe llevar mejor la pelea y quién puede aguantar más ahí, ¿no? Y yo realmente estoy confidente en mi preparación y en todo lo que puse en este campamento.
Perfecto. Una última pregunta que tenía. Habíamos escuchado varias declaraciones tuyas que comentabas sobre el tema de la renovación del contrato con la UFC. ¿Esto ya es un hecho y de cuántas peleas estaríamos hablando?
Pues tengo un contrato, si no me equivoco, de 6 peleas recién firmado, así que estoy, como siempre digo, no, mejor que nunca.
Perfecto. Felicitaciones, Chito. Un gusto poder saludarte y hablar contigo estos momentos. El sábado será una victoria para el Ecuador.
Gracias.
We'll take our next set of questions from Carlos Contreras with Millennium.
Hola, Chito.
¿Qué tal?
Hola, hola. Oye, pues esta semana se inauguró el ranking de los fans. Ya la gente puede votar en el UFC. Y después de que le ganaste a Sean, subiste muchísimo en la popularidad de la gente. Pero a lo mejor los que hacían el ranking o los que hacen el ranking oficial no te fueron tan justos. Porque alguien con 11 victorias como la tuya, con la racha que tienes, que solamente has perdido una en las últimas 7, que además fue muy polémica, sin duda vas a estar mejor. Y si le ganas a José Aldo, puedes meterte, como decías, ahí cerquita del campeón.
Así es, y como siempre digo, no, yo me enfoco en las cosas que puedo controlar y en las cosas que no puedo, pues no pongo ni la mínima gota de energía, ni nada. Mi enfoque siempre está en lo que yo puedo hacer, ¿no? Que es trabajar, mejorar y estar en forma para cuando me llamen, y el resto, pues, no tiene cero validez para mí.
Igual vas a tener mucha gente de Ecuador votando por ti.
Así es.
Tienes muchos fans. Quiero preguntarte por dos decisiones que fueron muy importantes en tu carrera. ¿Cuándo decidiste ir con el coach Oyama, que ha sido clave en todo el progreso que has tenido? Y también cómo fue la relación con tu actual agente, con Jason, que también he visto que en redes sociales pues siempre estás muy cercano con él, que también ha sido muy clave en cómo has ido tomando las peleas y avanzando.
Pues mi manager siempre ha mantenido mi carrera en una buena zona. Hemos tenido peleas duras, hemos tenido peleas que nos convienen, hemos tenido peleas de corto aviso. Realmente hemos hecho un buen trabajo con la comunicación y con qué se puede venir, y realmente estoy contento con eso. Y con Oyama también, ¿no? Es un buen equipo, tengo buen sparring ahí, hay gente que me presiona, gente que me mantiene bien, ¿no? Entonces tengo un equipo conformado por buenos entrenadores, por buenos preparadores físicos, y realmente todo está en un buen círculo en este momento.
Finalmente, llegaste muy joven al primer programa de desarrollo del UFC en Albuquerque. Según recuerdo, eran tú y Brandon los más jóvenes, ¿no? Y curiosamente, pues son los que están teniendo tal vez el mejor momento por ahora, ¿no? Dentro del UFC, 6 años después. Muchos paralelismos con la carrera de Brandon. Me imagino que también quieres estar pronto en ese lugar que estuvo Brandon el fin de semana.
Claro, esa es la meta, ¿no? Pelear por el título es la meta que yo siempre me he trazado en mi carrera, y yo creo que sigo de la forma que sigo trabajando, sigo empujando hacia adelante. Yo creo que esa oportunidad vendrá. Tomará tiempo, pero hay que mantenerse firme año a año y esperar la oportunidad. Y cuando te llamen, pues no estar sin preparación para que no pase lo que no quieres que pase, ¿no? Entonces, estar preparado y esperar, porque sé que el que gana se le da lo que quiere.
Mucha gente, también es por la edad, te menospreció en ese primer programa o cuando llegaste al primer top, y de verdad has sido los que ha demostrado mayor crecimiento. ¿A qué le atañes eso de tu parte, ¿no? A lo constante que has sido, como decías, a las peleas en corto aviso, que nunca tenerle miedo a tomar una pelea. ¿A qué le atribuyes eso?
A mi ética de trabajo, al estar siempre preparado, al estar siempre buscando cómo mejorar, al siempre buscar compañeros de entrenamiento que me empujen a ser mejor. No suelo entrenar con gente que sé que voy a estar bien, que sé cómo dominarlos, porque veo que muchos peleadores se estancan en eso, ¿no? Yo no estoy buscando ser un héroe de gimnasio ni ser el mejor en el gimnasio. Si yo entreno en un lugar donde soy el mejor, pues no entreno en ese lugar, porque no me sirve de nada. No me sirve de nada ser el campeón del gimnasio, porque no se vive de eso, ¿no? Y yo siempre busco la forma de mejorar, siempre traigo gente que me empuja al gimnasio, siempre contrato, yo le pago a gente para que me ayude a entrenar y así mejorar, ¿no? Porque ¿de qué sirve tener gloria en el gimnasio, no? De nada, siempre busco entrenamientos duros para poder tener diversión en las aulas.
Finalmente, ya Chito, ¿los latinos necesitan un salto así, un paso así como lo que tú hiciste con un programa de desarrollo? ¿O crees que hoy ya los tiempos han cambiado y podrán llegar de países como el tuyo, como Perú, como México, como Argentina, directamente a un gimnasio estadounidense o directamente al UFC?
Yo creo que, por lo que he visto, ¿no? He visto que sin nombrar, obviamente, han llegado peleadores directos de su país y no les ha ido muy bien. Yo creo que cuando yo estaba en el Ecuador, al comienzo de mi carrera, no me fue bien y no logré madurar lo que necesitaba para entrar en el octágono. La gente a veces creo que ve en la tele y se ve un poquito más fácil, pero en la experiencia que tengo, esta es mi pelea número 16 en la UFC. No muchos peleadores tienen ese número de peleas. Y 8 peleas atrás, cuando recuerdo las emociones en las aulas, realmente estaba peleando en piloto automático, estaba peleando en modo de defensa, en vez de pelear para ganar. Y gané peleas así, porque tenía algún nivel en el piso, porque tenía algún nivel de pie, pero realmente no estaba al nivel para lo que estoy haciendo ahora. Y eso lo conseguí en Estados Unidos. No estoy diciendo que no se puede conseguir eso en Sudamérica. Tal vez en Brasil sí se puede. De Brasil salió Poncinibio, de Brasil salió Darrentil, de Brasil han salido, mira cuántos campeones han salido de Brasil. Pero Brasil está por encima del resto de los países latinos. Y Estados Unidos, en mi opinión, está por encima de Brasil. Entonces, ¿por qué? Porque simplemente hay más experiencia, hay más entrenadores, hay más... Es el método de entrenamiento, ¿no? Y cuando yo veo lo que yo hacía en el Ecuador antes, a veces hasta me río, porque hacía 1000 cosas de las cuales un par funcionaban. Acá en Estados Unidos hago menos, pero todas funcionan. Entonces, al final del día eso no significa que vas a ganar. Al final del día puedes tener todo a tu favor, igual las cosas pueden ser que no se den para ti, porque la pelea es algo tan real que todo puede pasar. Pero yo sí creo que para llegar al nivel más alto tienes que salir de tu zona de confort, tienes que salir de tu país, porque es una carrera difícil y yo ya lo viví. Yo sé lo que era vivir en el Ecuador, tener todas las comodidades, tener el apoyo de mi familia, tener a mis amigos, y no es lo mismo que estar en otro país solo y hacer tu trabajo. Y si pasas esa prueba, pues yo creo que es como salir a cazar, ¿no? O llegas con la comida o llegas en la comida, ¿no? Y de alguna otra forma tienes que buscártela.
Gracias, Chito, y que sea una muy buena pelea el sábado.
Gracias.
That's all the time we have for you today, Marlon. Thank you.
That's it? Mm-hmm. Right on.
Up next, we will be joined by number 13 ranked UFC Women's Flyweight Gillian Robertson. We're now joined by number 13 ranked UFC Women's Flyweight Gillian Robertson, and we'll take our first set of questions from Jay Anderson with Stateside Press.
Hey, Jillian. It's been a whole couple of weeks since we last spoke, and a lot has changed. Obviously, going from the KGB Lee fight, and now you've got, Santos and a new card. I know you love to fight. I know you're a super positive person, but was it difficult to accept going from somebody ranked just outside the top 10 to someone not ranked at all?
No, that wasn't difficult for me to accept at all. I know that if I want to be the champ one day, that I got to beat all these girls in the division. So if I can't beat Santos, then I don't deserve to have the belt. So if I'm going to work my way up there, then I'll take any fight.
You haven't had a ton of time to adjust here. So how did you go about approaching the opponent switch?
No matter what, going in the cage, I'm just trying to do the best I can. So I'm going out there and I'm trying to just enforce my game plan. So what the opponent, who the opponent is, doesn't really matter to me. It's just I'm going to go out there and I'm going to fight my fight and impose my will.
And the last time we spoke, you talked about sharpening your mental game, reading stuff like Relentless by Tim Grover. Is this the sort of situation where, thanks to that mental preparation, you find it easier to roll with the punches?
Oh, 100%. Dean Thomas is my head coach, and my team with Jose Shorty Torres, they both prepare me for anything. So even through my camps, I feel like they try to push me and put me through hard mental situations and try to break me in those moments. So then when it comes to those moments in the fight, I know that I can persevere and I know I can push through.
Does the fight being pushed back a week change anything for you, just in terms of maybe when you're peaking?
If anything, it just helped me with my weight cut a little bit, helped me push that back a little bit, an extra week, and get my weight down a little bit easier. But other than that, it makes no difference to me.
Christmas is going to be that much better after all this?
Oh, yeah. 3 wins this year. That's the best Christmas present ever.
And last one for me, when we look at your career as a whole, how important has your level of competition been to your development? Because one thing we see from your record, every single fighter you've lost to is now a UFC fighter, right from Hannah Goldie and Calvillo outside the UFC. You've been fighting high-level girls right out of the gate.
I think that's what developed me as a fighter and what got me to the point that I'm at today is that I just never said no to fights. I took every single fight that I could, and I was just always down to be there. So I took all the opportunities, and now it's taken me places. So I'm thankful for that.
All right. Well, looking forward to the fight this weekend. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
We'll take our next questions from Jim Barcelona with the Miami Herald.
Thank you. I'm curious, this is your third fight for 2020, and your last fight was October. How has that been for you, conditioning-wise? You're very good at conditioning and just being prepared and getting yourself ready for this one.
Literally the Monday after my last fight, I was back in the gym, back to drilling, back to working. So every single day I've just been prepping for the next fight, prepping for this moment. Me and my coach have been doing either 2 or 3 days in the gym, and I've had no days off. But even on like Sundays, we do at least one training session. So we're just always staying ready, always staying active.
Jillian, did you do much sparring during this training camp, and were there others there that were brought in to help?
I honestly do minimal sparring for my training camps in general. I think I did 1 or 2 sessions this whole camp, and we went up to Wonder Boy's gym, and I worked with a couple of his girls. So that was really my main sparring there, and it was great work. We were looking for it for Andrea Lee because she has such good movement. We knew that a lot of them had really good movement. So that was the ideal thing, but no matter what, it still works for Taila.
A victory in this fight, where does that get you to?
Hopefully a little bit higher in the ranks. They moved me down yesterday or sometime this week, and I'm not really sure why, but I'm just hoping to move up, hoping to keep on getting up there.
And Jillian, what have you learned about yourself and your fighting? And you mentioned the mental toughness during this whole 2020, not just with fighting, but obviously dealing with this whole pandemic we've all been dealing with.
I think the mental toughness, well, the sport is really all mental. It's 90% mental. So you need to focus on that. And that's really my main focus, if anything else, because if your mind's not there, then your body's not going to cooperate.
And lastly, are you going to be taking any time off after this one? Are you going right back into it? And when would you like to fight again?
Of course not. I'm not taking time off. I'm back in there. I'm back in the gym as soon as possible. And whenever I get the call, I'll be ready for it. Like I said, the reason my career has gotten so far, I feel like, is because I've been ready for opportunities. So I'm just staying ready for those.
All the best, and thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
We'll take our next question from Nolan King with USA Today.
Hey, Jillian, appreciate the time. You talked about this great year that you're having so far and what, you'll be able to continue it on Saturday. But when you look back to where you were a year ago, coming off a loss to Macy Barber, do you feel like the stretch of time since then, you've proved stuff to a lot of people watching, but have you proved stuff to yourself as well about what kind of fighter you are?
I feel like I've just grown as a fighter this last year more than anything. Breaking off from ATT and having all the attention from my coach now, I work with him twice a day, every day, and I've just seen myself grow so much. So I think that translates to my confidence in the cage, seeing that I'm just prepared, knowing that I'm ready for that fight and that I'm ready for any moment that happens. So I'm ready.
Yeah, for sure. And you and Santos were supposed to fight in June, and that fight didn't happen. So when her name was presented to you, was there any extra added interest just because you guys had that fight that never happened?
I guess it was just like I already knew what I was expecting then. I knew that what I was coming into. We already studied her. We were already prepping for her for a couple months before the fight fell out. So it just gave me that little bit extra preparation.
Yeah, and we've, from the time that you prepared for her last, and since then we've seen her fight once, and it seemed to be kind of a breakout performance for her. Were you impressed with her fight over Molly McCann, or her win?
I definitely feel like she looked impressive there, but I also know that I'm a completely different fighter than Molly. Molly's going to sit there and bang with you in the pocket, where obviously I'm going to try to take the fight to the ground, maybe a wrestling fight more than anything else. And it's just a different matchup, and I feel like I show a lot of different threats for her.
Awesome. Appreciate the time. Good luck.
Thank you.
We'll take our next question from Omer Mursavici with S Sport.
Hello, Gillian. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you so much. How does it feel to come here with a winning streak?
Oh, it feels great, but so far my UFC record, if you look at it, I've gotten 2 wins and 1 loss. So this is me breaking that, hopefully. So once I get these 3 wins, then that'll be better for me. The 2 wins isn't enough.
Okay, my last question. Any prediction on Saturday, and what do you want after this fight if you win?
I think everybody knows I'm always going for the rear naked choke. I'm always trying to take it down to the floor and get it to my world. So I think that's pretty obvious for my prediction. And after this fight, I guess I really haven't looked ahead. I would love for the KGB fight to be rescheduled. I was honestly really excited for that fight. She's a huge veteran for women in MMA, and I felt like that would have been a really true test for me. She would have been one of my hardest opponents to this date. So I was really looking forward to that. So hopefully we can reschedule that in the future.
Okay, thank you, Jillian. Good luck on Saturday.
Oh, thank you.
We'll take our last set of questions from Damon Martin with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Jillian, you mentioned, of course, leaving American Top Team and kind of going with your coach, Dean Thomas, and the personal attention that has received since then. How much of a difference has that made for you? Because, some fighters thrive in those big team situations. Others, love that individual attention. So how has it been for you?
Oh, it's been absolutely amazing for me. I love the big team situation, having so many training partners there. Obviously, I was surrounded by like the best 10 to 15 girls in the world, but having so many girls and then probably like 100 guys on the pro team, the coaches are just spread so thin that you don't get that type of attention. And now that I feel like I'm not solving my own problems, not just like trial and error, going out there and trying to work with the best girls in the world and then seeing what I did wrong. Now my coach is picking me apart and telling me what I'm doing wrong, and we're drilling to make it right. So I just really see myself growing so much.
It seems like that's kind of more of the boxing mentality. You see a lot of boxers, they kind of build a camp around themselves, with coaches and training partners and teams to get ready for a big fight. Do you feel like that's been a big benefit in terms of the win streak you put together, the 2 last wins as you go for this 3rd one this year? That you have kind of built a camp around you versus you kind of just jumping into a bigger camp?
That's exactly what it is. It's now that we're focused on me. I'm not helping 10 other girls during their camps while I'm trying to focus on my camp and maybe getting a little attention from a coach here and there, but really just putting my whole camp together by myself. So now that I have Dean's 100% attention, we're focused on me. We're making me into a world champion.
What is that relationship like with Dean Thomas? I mean, Dean's a legend. He's been around forever, and you always hear about the people he's worked with as a coach, but obviously you've been working with him. It's almost like beyond coach and students, almost like mentor, teacher, student, that kind of thing. Like, what is your relationship with Dean, and how much has he meant to your career?
I was literally nothing before I met Dean. Like, I volunteered with animals. I was 16 years old and I never played a sport in my life. So I started cardio kickboxing at his gym, and he just kind of took me under his wing. He saw that I'm a hard worker and I'm willing to do anything. Like, he would tell me, be here at this time, and I'd be there ready to work no matter what. So I feel like that's why we kind of clicked, is we both have the same work ethic, and we've grown together. He's made me into the UFC fighter that I am today, from literally I wasn't even an athlete.
And last one for me, you mentioned the weird thing about the rankings, and we could sit here and talk all day about weird things with rankings, but how much do you pay attention to things in terms of like where you're progressing in your career? Because you are still very young, you're still learning, you're still evolving. But do you pay too much attention to, in terms of like rankings, where you want to go, like before and after fights, things like that? Or do you just go out there and fight and kind of let everything else kind of take care of itself?
Yeah, I don't pay attention to the rankings much. I'm trying to make myself the best mixed martial artist in the world, and I know that I'm going to get there one day. I just got to keep on working for it. So wherever the journey takes me, I'm down for it.
Thanks, Jillian.
Thank you.
That's all the time we have for you today, Jillian. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we will be joined by UFC heavyweight Marcin Tybura. We're now joined by UFC heavyweight Marcin Tybura, and we'll take our first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Stateside Press.
Hey, Marcin. 3-0 in 2020. Now you have a big name opponent in front of you. How are you feeling as the fight is just 2 days away?
I feel great. I mean, it's the first time this year. I feel blessed that the 2020 keep me so busy, and can't wait for Saturday.
When the year started, you weren't having the best run. You had a bad stretch of fights. What changed differently for you this year that now you're on this nice win streak?
Well, I think that's lots of working on a mindset. I feel much better, mentally. I joined a very strong gym, which is Uncle's in Poland, and I have a great team, great coach. Everything's come up together, and yeah, here it is. It's a great feeling, every time I step in the octagon.
Everyone has said 2020 has been a difficult year. It's been a hard year. But because you've been winning, would you say 2020 was a good year for you?
Well, the sports-wise, of course, it's for fight 3 wins so far, and sports-wise very very well. Yeah, there are other stuff that's not going so good. I mean, all the COVID-19, all the lockdowns. People seeing people that are having hard life right now, and yeah, so it's difficult, but it is what it is. I'm a sportsman, so I feel great about what I'm doing in life.
My final question, how do you feel you match up stylistically with Greg Hardy?
Once again?
How do you feel, what are your thoughts on Greg Hardy as an opponent?
Oh, he's a big guy. He started aggressive. He pushing his forward, and he got knockout power in his hands. I don't think he's like very good composed, on the ground and wrestling, but still the guy is dangerous, and he proved it in the previous fight.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
We'll take our next set of questions from Nolan King with USA Today. Nolan, please go ahead. You have been unmuted. Looks like we have some technical issues there, so let's jump to Jordan Ellis with Low Kick MMA.
Hi, Marcin. So you were saying you don't think Hardy's got the best ground game, so is that your plan heading into this fight to get him on the ground and kind of wear him out there?
I don't want to say what the plan is right now, but of course, I feel much more advantage on the ground, and in wrestling, it's not a secret that he knocked out his opponents before. So yeah, it's what it looks like. My biggest advantage will be on the ground.
And how would you rate him alongside the guys you've been fighting and beating recently? Obviously, he's a big name coming from another sport, and he's on these main cards. But talent-wise, where does he rank in the heavyweight division for you?
Well, I see this opportunity for me and for him. For me, just rise, for bigger audience, because he's a name. His opportunity to climb up the rankings. So yeah, it's on us. Whoever take advantage of this opportunity.
Okay, and just finally, with a big win here, you'd be 4 in a row for 2020. Going into the new year, where does that place you in the rankings, and what do you want to achieve in the next year?
Well, I've seen myself already in a top 15, so I don't think that will climb me much higher, but still, make me solid there in top 15 and opens up for the big fights next year.
Okay, thanks. Good luck.
Thank you.
That's all we have for you today, Marcin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we will be joined by number 3 ranked UFC bantamweight Marlon Moraes. We're now joined by number 3 ranked UFC bantamweight Marlon Moraes, and we'll take our first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Stateside Press.
Hello, Marlon. You took this fight very soon after the fight with Corey Sandhagen. Can you explain your decision to want to go right back into another camp for another fight?
That's what I do, you know. I do this every day. I train. That's my passion. I've been the whole year working, and I lost a fight. I'm gonna just sit home and enjoy the rest of the year with a defeat. That's not who I am. You know, I'm gonna challenge myself, get it back in there, and fight to the end. You know, and get there and perform well and get the victory Saturday night.
When you watched the fight with Corey back, what did you learn most from your performance?
Top 5 division, the best of the best. One mistake, you lose. You know, we at the same level, but that was his day. Hats off to him. You know, he set me up very well, but I'm looking forward to getting there and set up someone Saturday night.
There's another big bantamweight fight on Saturday with Jose Aldo and Chito Vera. Who do you think wins that fight?
I don't know. I have no idea. I think Chito got his weapons. Aldo got his weapons. And hopefully the best man wins. If Aldo wins, it will be amazing. I'm a Brazilian, you know. But we'll see. We'll see Saturday night who's going to be better.
Final question. What do you think of Rob Font as an opponent, and what does he do well?
Rob Font is a very good fighter. He finishes fights. He's a striker. He got submissions. But I just think I'm a little ahead of him. I'm faster, and I'm going to get in there, put everything together, and win this fight Saturday night.
Thank you, Marlon. Good luck.
Thank you.
We'll take our next set of questions from Jim Barcelona with the Miami Herald.
Thank you. I'm wondering, after the last fight to a very tough opponent in defeat, when you watched the fight, how much did you learn from it? And did it make you want to change anything in the training, or just business as usual, keep it steady with the training?
Man, I'm at the level, and it's just a matter of detail. And I was hungry, but now I'm even hungrier. I want to get that victory. I'm going to chase it, and I'm going to get it.
Training at American Top Team for this one down in South Florida? Yes?
Yes.
How did training go there for this camp? Who helped you get ready for this fight?
I've been training with the best guys in 135, 145 guys you all know. And I'm challenging myself every day. And I know this year was a great year for me. I trained very hard. I improved a lot. And that's what I want. I want to show everyone my skills and where I am now Saturday night. It's my time to shine.
What does it say about South Florida and all the MMA fighters that are here in South Florida training? There are just so many good ones down here. And how did you get to American Top Team?
My coach is with me since I was 10 years old in Brazil, and he works at ATT. And I ended up moving to US and living in Florida. And then I moved to New Jersey. I had amazing years in New Jersey. But at the end of the day, I was missing Florida a little, and I want to keep working with my coach. And my coach joining ATT for me was just opening the door, and I went there a little. I like it, and then here I am, you know, and I couldn't be more prepared for my fight. And I think fighters go there because that's so many people, so many training partners and coaches, and the facility is amazing, and you go there and you get to work and you get to learn.
And lastly, for me, who will be in your corner for this fight?
I got my coach Anderson, and I got the guys from ATT, and I can't wait to get in there and get the victory.
All the best, and thank you.
We'll take our next question from Sumit Data with Sportskeeda.
Hey Marlon, hope you're doing well.
Yes, thank you.
So heading into this fight, you're obviously on the back of a disappointing loss, but despite that, you've always been a high-ranked bantamweight who has been in contention for fighting for the title. So heading into this fight, what is your motivation to get back into the title picture once again?
My motivation is win. Every day when I wake up and I look at myself in the mirror, I see a winner. And I lost my last fight, and I want revenge, and I want to fight, and that's it. That's what I'm thinking. I always fight with the best in the UFC. I never pick a fight, and being in the top 10 makes you lose, makes you win. But you know what? I'm always going to be a tough fight for anyone in this division.
Okay, so for your opponent, Rob Font, he's currently ranked outside the top 10, and you being the number 3rd ranked bantamweight fighter, do you feel that you need to make a big statement with a win this weekend to get back into that title picture?
I want to fight, and I want to fight. And his opponent, and in my opinion, he's a top 10 fighter, and he's a good fighter. He finishes fights. He can strike. He can fight on the ground. So it's a great opportunity for me to get in there, show my skills, and get a victory.
Now, in the past, you've called for a fight against Dominic Cruz on a lot of occasions, but then that fight never came together. But now that we know Cruz will be fighting Casey Kenny next year, do you feel that you could finally get that fight for 2021, or is that an idea you've completely given up on by this point?
Dominic Cruz is retired. No?
No, he's set to return next year for UFC 259.
I didn't know that. I asked for him to fight me, and he always, when I ask, he say he's retired. So I thought he was still retired. I'm sorry. So if he's back, I'm here and I'm game anytime, anywhere.
All right. Lastly, for me, you've always said that your goal is to stay active no matter what, who the opponent is. Heading into this new year, is the goal still to push for more fights in the bantamweight division, or do you rather hope to vouch for a title shot in 2021?
Yeah, of course. Hopefully the champion is busy. He's defending, he's fighting, he's losing, he's winning. And we got to get there. We got to get it flowing and get new faces in the top and fight everyone.
All right. Thank you so much, and good luck for your fight this weekend.
Thank you.
We'll take the next question from Diego Ribas with AG Fight.
Alô, Marlon?
Sim, tô aqui.
Me ouvindo bem?
Fala, Diego, beleza, meu amigo?
Beleza. Marlon, como vocês chegaram a esse nome como adversário? Teve algum outro nome especulado? Você chegou a pedir outro nome? Como é que foi a negociação?
A gente foi caminhando, vendo luta por luta, quem eu já tinha lutado, quem eu não tinha lutado. E o primeiro nome que apareceu foi o dele. E como ele é um top 10 aí, top 11 da categoria, sendo que o Corey Garbrandt, na minha opinião, hoje ele é da outra categoria, porque ele já disse que vai lutar de 1,25, então vamos lá, cara, vamos lutar com um cara duro, um cara do top 10 e, cara, eu tô preparado para essa luta aí, não só para essa, mas eu quero lutar e quero estar muito mais ativo em breve.
Show. Como é que você imagina a luta tecnicamente falando? Tem alguma brecha, alguma possibilidade que você possa adiantar pra gente? Como você imagina o casamento de estilos?
Cara, o Rob Font é um cara bem completinho ali, ele luta bem em pé com boxe, mistura um pouco de chute também. E quando as pessoas tentam derrubá-lo, ele tem uns ataques no chão, é um cara perigoso. Mas eu tô indo lá para ser mais rápido que ele em pé, mais rápido que ele em todas as transições do grappling e vencer essa luta aí e vencer de uma maneira que eu possa impressionar todo mundo.
Certo. A divisão dos galos hoje ela é muito competitiva e tem grandes nomes. Para 2021, a gente aguarda o retorno do Dominic Cruz e do TJ Dillashaw. Como você julga a divisão com o retorno desses dois ex-campeões, e você acha que talvez seja a divisão mais dura no momento?
É o que eu digo em toda entrevista. Eu acho que a categoria do galo é uma das categorias mais disputadas. Não tem ninguém muito à frente de ninguém. Acho que muito desses caras aí do top 10 pode ser campeão.
Certo, falando a última pergunta desses dois ex-campeões, o TJ e o Dominic, como você vê o retorno deles? Você pensa de repente cruzar caminho com eles no octógono?
Cara, eu ainda não sei quando eles vão retornar, mas eles provavelmente vão retornar bem. Eu não sei com quem o Dominic Cruz vai lutar, nem com quem o TJ vai lutar, mas eu acredito que eles são grandes nomes aí para a divisão e vão agregar muito.
Antes você falou que você chegou a pensar que o Cruz estava aposentado, é isso?
Eu achei que ele tinha parado, porque inclusive a gente tentou lutar com ele, mas ele disse que não pensava em lutar, mas já que ele tá de volta aí, vamos trabalhar aí, quem não sabe essa luta não acontece também no futuro.
Maravilha, obrigadão Marlon, boa luta, obrigadão Carol, é isso.
Valeu.
We'll take our next question from Damon Marlon with MMA Fight.
Hey, Marlon, obviously, you want to close out the year on a big win here, but can you kind of put, kind of give me an idea what this year has been like for you? Because you've gone through a lot. You and your family had to deal with COVID-19, and then obviously the Corey Sandhagen fight, the relocation, everything. Can you kind of give me an idea like what this year has been like for you if you look at the whole year?
Crazy, man, because I've been working the whole year. I've been in the gym and being a lot of hits this year, and it's time to hit back, it's time to be me, to get in there, mix it up and show everyone what I'm made of.
Coming out of the Sandhagen fight, I mean, obviously you're still ranked, I don't know the rankings exactly, but you're top 3 in the world. Obviously getting another high-ranked opponent would be good. And no offense whatsoever to Rob Font, but did the opponent matter as much as just wanting to get back in there and just kind of wash the bad taste of that last fight out of your mouth?
Of course, the opponent matters. And my opponent is a very good fighter, and that's a guy that fights. And I don't want to fight with people that don't fight. And we're going to get in there, and we're going to put on a show. I know for sure, and I'm ready to get in there and prevail.
Of course, it's a mixed martial arts fight, Marlon, but I don't think it's any surprise that both you and Rob are phenomenal strikers. Do you enjoy those kind of matchups, going into it, knowing this guy's probably going to strike with you and you get to kind of, show off, one of your most dangerous weapons, which is your kickboxing?
Yeah, man, we're going to definitely fight. And I'm very excited to put on a show and close this year with one of the best fighters. And I know this is going to be one of the best fights of the show.
I know, and last thing for me, I know, as you continue to chase that bantamweight title and you look ahead at 2021, obviously you like staying busy. But do you still think about the title, or is it just about fighting right now and not thinking about what's ahead of you, the next thing? Because we are kind of obsessed with the next thing. We are, and then you kind of have to answer those questions. But is it more just about the fight right now and not worrying about that?
Yeah, man, let my performance talks, and I'm going to get in there and do what I know, do what I love to do. And if that performance means I'm close to the title, someone else going to say I'm not going to be the one.
Thank you, Marlon.
We'll take our next questions from Danny Segura with MMA Junkie.
Boy, Marlon, how are you? How's Kira doing?
Everything good, buddy.
How's the Beagle? How's Kira doing?
She's very good, old, unfortunately, 12 years old, sleeping more than walking, but it's good. Still love her. I still love her.
For sure. Good to hear, man. So talk to me a little bit about Rob Font as far as the styles here. He's obviously a fun boxer, a guy that's been around in the rankings for some time. How do you size him up? What do you think are his strengths, and how do you think you match up with him?
You already did. He's a very good boxer. He got his kicks, his tricks, and he's a dangerous grappler. And I'm going to in there and play chess with him. I have to be the faster man and dictate the pace and show everyone all my skills to win that matchup.
For sure. And do you think people are sleeping on you a little bit? Because yes, you're coming off a defeat, but prior to that, you fought Jose Aldo and you beat him, the guy who, the last guy who fought for the belt. And not so long ago before that, you were fighting for the title yourself. So do you think people are maybe sleeping on you a little bit entering this bout?
Man, to be honest, you only worth it what happens in your last fight. And in this world, you have to work hard and you have to win. And this is why I fought for this opportunity to get another fight, get in there and still show everyone what I can do.
Yeah. And the bantamweight division, I know you just kind of talked about it a little bit in Portuguese, is a very fun division. It's gotten really good in the last few months. You got a lot of new blood, some older names coming in as well, right? Like Aldo, Frankie Edgar, and others. With everything that's going on and all the changes, where do you feel like you stand in the division as of right now?
Everyone in the top 10 can be a champion, and I'm one of the guys in the top 10, maybe 1-2 fights, 2 good performances away from a title fight. That's it.
Do you think the bantamweight division right now is the best weight class in the UFC?
I would say the most competitive. We got so many guys at the highest level, guys that can striking and grappling and not just be one-dimensional, but fight anywhere this game goes.
Yeah. And what does that do to you mentally as a fighter in that division, knowing that, almost every guy in that top 15 is game and is a very dangerous opponent? Does it almost have to put you, a little bit extra sharper in your training and in your life and everything that you do?
Yes, that's it. We always got to get better. We can't sit home and just wait. You got to live in the gym, spend most of your hours working and trying to do what people are still not doing. And when you have a passion and you do this because you love it, you can do it, and I know I live more in the gym than home, and I work hard, and this is why I'm still in the top 10 and I'm still a threat.
For sure. I'm looking forward to the fight on Saturday, and best of luck.
Thanks.
That's all the time we have for you today, Marlon. Thank you.
Oh, awesome.
Up next, we will be joined by UFC welterweight Michel Pereira. We're now joined by UFC welterweight Michel Pereira. We'll take our first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Cageside Press.
Hello, Michel. Can you hear me?
Hello, I speak Português.
Eu vou traduzir para você.
Português?
Michel, eu vou traduzir para você, tá bom?
Ah, ok.
Please go ahead, Gabriel.
Thank you. Michel, last time we spoke, you said you trained with cows to prepare for a fight. Did you train with any more animals this time?
Michel, da última vez que você participou de um Media Day, você disse que tinha treinado com animais, né? Dessa vez você fez algum treino com animais para essa luta ou não?
Não. Dessa vez eu estou morando em Las Vegas e estou treinando aqui no Overcome juntamente com o meu professor Alejara. E a gente fez um treinamento totalmente diferente, né? Uma adaptação aqui em Las Vegas, o clima, a cidade. Então, dessa vez foi totalmente diferente.
No, this time I'm living in Vegas. I've moved here and started training, so my training is completely different, just focusing on adjusting to the weather and to the new city.
You said you have 43 new moves for this fight. Why not 50? Why just 43?
Você disse que você tem 43 novos movimentos, né, para essa luta. Por que 43 e não 50, por exemplo?
Eu tenho muitos golpes ainda para mostrar no UFC, tenho muita coisa para mostrar, tenho muito ainda para mostrar em relação a mim, do meu estilo. E tenho até mais golpes aí para me fazer. O octógono, por estar menor, me atrapalhou um pouco de eu fazer as coisas que eu faço, mas aos poucos eu vou conseguindo fazer, mostrar o meu estilo para o mundo.
I have a lot of moves to show, a lot to show from my style. This smaller octagon got in the way a little bit, but I'll still be able to little by little show all my style and all the moves I have that are more than 43.
People were very excited to see that you trained with Johnny Walker since your last fight. Can you talk about what you two learned from each other? He's a guy with a crazy style like yourself.
As pessoas ficaram muito animadas de te ver treinando com o Johnny Walker. Ele quer saber o que vocês aprenderam, né? Ele tem também um estilo bem divertido com o seu, né? O que você aprendeu com ele?
Johnny Walker é apenas meu amigo pessoal. A gente, esse tempo que ele estava aqui em Las Vegas, a gente saía muito junto para fazer as coisas. Treinamos algumas vezes junto. E ele é meu amigo pessoal, então é um cara super legal, um cara super bacana. Treinamos algumas vezes junto, ele treinou nos meus horários e foi muito produtivo, né, o nosso treino.
Johnny is my friend. While he was in Vegas, we went out a few times, and he's just a great person and a friend. So it was great training with him. We trained a couple of times together and learned a lot from him.
Thank you. That's my last question.
We'll take our next set of questions from Diego Ribas with AG Fight.
Alô, Michel, tudo bom?
E aí, irmão, tranquilo?
Beleza. Michel, eu queria saber de você o seguinte, você mencionou que o Pettis recusou uma luta com você. Hoje o Pettis falou que teria sido um mal entendido, que ofereceram você para lutar no dia 12 e ele queria só no dia 19, aí acabou que você depois foi remanejado para o dia 19. Como é que você vê toda essa questão envolvendo o Pettis? Te interessa, de repente, intensificar essa rivalidade no futuro para que essa luta saia do papel?
Eu acho que ele está com desculpa, porque ele teve muito tempo para pensar, para aceitar, e ele poderia ter falado isso, que não poderia lutar dia 12 e sim dia 19, mas ele recusou a luta e isso quase me prejudica de eu não lutar agora em dezembro, e eu fiquei muito chateado com ele por causa disso. Então, se ele tivesse mesmo machucado, que nem ele falou, que foi o que chegou até mim, estaria tranquilo, porque se o cara tá machucado, tá machucado. Agora inventar desculpa, falar coisa que ele não tava machucado então, porque se ele vai lutar dia 19, então ele não tava com as costas machucadas, então era mentira. Mas não sei o que ele pensa, bora ver aí futuramente.
Maravilha. Para essa luta de sábado agora, acho que a grande questão que todo mundo se pergunta antes das suas lutas, podemos esperar o Michel Pereira, entre aspas, acrobata, imprevisível, com movimentos novos ali, mesmo com o octógono menor?
Sim, cada luta é cada luta, né? A gente treina super forte, né? Eu e minha equipe, meu preparador físico, Alejara, a gente treina super forte para poder fazer o melhor possível na luta. E é meu estilo, é lutar animado, é lutar dando show. Por o octógono ser menor me atrapalhou muito, né? Porque para eu fazer as coisas eu tenho que ter uma distância, uma segurança, né? Eu tenho que estar numa margem de segurança. Então, o octógono menor me prejudicou muito. Na minha última luta, eu queria fazer muita coisa e quando eu ia fazer eu não estava na distância por causa do espaço. Mas vamos ver aí, cada luta é cada luta, né? Quem sabe aí eu não consiga mostrar mais do meu jogo.
2 perguntinhas para finalizar, então. Você preparou algum golpe em especial para essa luta? E caso sim, você pode adiantar para a gente algum detalhe?
Não, eu não tenho assim golpes especial. Eu tenho todo golpe para mim meu é especial e vai do momento da luta, porque todos os golpes que eu tenho na carta ainda que eu tenho ainda para fazer são golpes aí que eu nunca vi ninguém fazer, golpes aí que quando as pessoas veem eu fazendo, vai falar, pô, eu não acredito que o Michel fez isso. E eu tô no UFC para dar show, tô para agradar meu patrão Daniel White, Sean Shelby, para agradar os fãs do UFC, do mundo, e esse é o meu trabalho, eu sou pago para isso, e esse é o meu objetivo, é fazer com que eles gostem da minha performance.
Certo, para finalizar, você se mudou para os Estados Unidos, hoje você treina com a Alejara aqui em Las Vegas. Essa mudança, o que você já sentiu de benéfico no seu camp, no seu treinamento? Quais vantagens que você tem em relação aos treinos no Brasil?
Hoje, por eu estar em Las Vegas, hoje eu vivo muito mais como atleta, moro bem, tenho o carro dos meus sonhos, tenho a vida que sempre quis, estou próximo do UFC, tenho PI para treinar, tenho overcome, tenho um profissional que é o Rafael Alejara, e a gente treina super bem, se prepara super bem. Então hoje eu estou numa fase da minha vida muito boa, minha carreira está ótima, então agora é só a vitória, é só buscar essa vitória para fechar com chave de ouro, porque está tudo alinhado, tudo organizado, tudo como tem que ser.
Maravilha, obrigadão Michel, obrigadão Carol.
Valeu, irmão.
We'll take our last set of questions from Danny Segura with MMA Junkie.
Hey, Michel, just curious, Khaos Williams has had some very good performances, some very quick finishes as well. What have you thought of sort of this quick and explosive run he's had in the UFC?
O Khaos também, assim como ele falou, ele já teve algumas performances também bem explosivas. O que você acha desse estilo dele?
Eu acho que vai ser uma grande luta, vai ser um grande combate. Ele é um ótimo lutador, eu também sou. E isso quem tem que vai ganhar é os fãs, é o UFC. Então, isso é ótimo, né? Eu gosto de lutar com pessoas boas, pessoas que estão com um nome muito bom. E isso é muito legal porque vai ser um grande combate e isso os fãs, os amantes do MMA só têm a ganhar.
It's going to be a great, both great fighters, and I always like to fight guys who are up and coming and fight like that, like Khaos does. So it's good for the fans, it's good for everyone who loves MMA.
Nice. And obviously you have a very exciting style. We've seen the backflips and the acrobatics inside of the cage. When fighting somebody like Khaos Williams, who has power and has proven to be able to knock out people in the UFC, do you have to hold back on that? How do you manage that when fighting a dangerous striker like Khaos Williams?
Você é conhecido por todo o seu estilo, né? Todo o seu estilo divertido, as suas acrobacias. E você vai enfrentar um cara que é explosivo, como ele já falou, e que pode chegar e tentar te nocautear. Você tem, entrando na luta, que se segurar um pouco mais, alguma coisa assim, o que muda quando você vai enfrentar um cara que anda pra frente como Khaos?
Já lutei com muitos oponentes explosivos, muito técnicos, caras muito bons e nunca tive problema com isso. E creio que essa luta eu não vou ter muito problema também. Mas respeito o meu oponente, é um cara aí que está vindo com hype muito bom, um ótimo lutador, e creio que a gente vai fazer um grande combate, mas ele é perigoso, mas eu sou mais perigoso ainda.
I face a lot of guys like that who are explosive, who are technical, and I never had any issues dealing with that. Of course, I respect him. He's coming with some hype. He's a dangerous opponent, but I'm more dangerous.
Yeah. And just really quickly, I believe I saw somewhere that Dana White said that they wanted to give you a top 15 fighter, but for February, and you didn't take it because you didn't want to wait and you wanted to get in the octagon as soon as possible. Is that true?
Ele falou que ele leu em algum lugar que o Dana teria te oferecido um lutador top 15 para lutar em fevereiro e você não teria aceitado porque você queria lutar logo. Isso é verdade?
Não, é mentira isso. Eu que tive que bater o pé e falar que queria lutar em dezembro, porque ofereceu a luta por Anthony Pettis e ofereceu a luta por Rob Lauer, mas nenhum dos dois aceitaram lutar comigo em dezembro. E se eu não tivesse firmado, porque eu estava treinando, já estava fazendo dieta, já estava preparado e não estava achando oponente para mim. Então isso aí não procede, isso aí não tem nada a ver, é mentira essa informação, porque foi eu que fui atrás de luta. Se eu não tivesse ido atrás de luta, eu só ia lutar em fevereiro. Então isso aí não é mentira, não procede essa informação.
No, that's not true. I asked to fight Anthony and Robbie Lawler. They got offered that fight and they didn't accept it. So I put my foot down that I wanted to fight in December. I was training, I was already dieting, so I really wanted to fight in December. So that's what happened.
And what do you think Anthony turned you down? You said Anthony Pettis, right? He's fighting, in this card.
Por que você acha que o Anthony Pettis não aceitou essa luta, né? Já que ele estava lutando nesse card também?
Ou ele estava com medo de mim, ou é porque eu não sou ranqueado ainda e não queria lutar comigo. Eu acho que foi isso, porque para ter inventado uma lesão nas costas para não lutar comigo, e até eu fiquei... achei estranho, né? Porque o cara não quis lutar comigo e vai lutar no mesmo dia que eu, dia 19. Por que ele não lutou comigo? Por que ele não luta comigo dia 19? Então, eu acho ou foi medo ou é porque eu não sou ranqueado, né?
It was either fear or it's because I'm not ranked. Because he said he had a back injury and that's why he wouldn't face me. And now he's fighting the same day that I am. So I thought it was weird. So it's either because I'm not ranked or he feared me.
I appreciate the time, Michel. Best of luck on Saturday. Looking forward to the fight.
Michel, essa foi a nossa última. Obrigada.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we'll be joined by number 7 ranked UFC bantamweight Jose Aldo. We are now joined by UFC Women's Flyweight Taila Santos. We'll take our first set of questions from Anderson with Cage Press.
Então, pode ser a resposta olhando para a câmera.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so Taila, can you just walk us through that moment a few weeks ago when they told you on Saturday that Montana De La Rosa was out?
Mesma pergunta sobre a Montana De La Rosa. O que você achou quando cancelaram a luta?
Então, quando eu recebi a notícia, eu fiquei triste, né? Porque eu tinha batido o peso, estava pronta já para lutar. Mas assim que a luta foi remarcada, eu vi que já foi remarcada para agora, dia 19, eu já fiquei bem contente também, porque eu pensei que, como tinha sido cancelada, eu sei que eu só ia lutar em janeiro, fevereiro. Então, quando eu vi que a luta foi marcada para agora, eu fiquei bem contente.
She was very disappointed about the fight, but because she trained hard, she trained a lot and trained hard for that moment. But when they remet the fight, it was very good for her.
I want to ask, did you already go home when they called you about Gillian Robertson?
Você foi para casa quando remarcaram a luta com a Robertson?
Sim, a gente recebeu a notícia, daí a gente resolveu voltar para o Brasil. E a gente foi para casa, continuamos o treinamento que estava fazendo, continuei na dieta e depois retornamos para cá novamente.
Yeah, she go back home because here she didn't have the good conditions to train, didn't have sparring, So she preferred go back to Brazil and now come back to fight.
Jillian lost her opponent for last week. Obviously, you lost yours a week earlier. Was there ever any talk about you fighting on the UFC 256 card instead of this week?
A Júlia perdeu a adversária dela, você também. E o que você acha desse card, você ter sido encaixado nesse card agora?
Então, achei bem bacana. Vai ser um card bem maneiro. E até porque eu queria muito ter lutado com ela, já era pra gente ter lutado. Então, nós duas temos entrado agora nesse card. Foi bem bacana.
Taila and Julia was supposed to fight in the beginning of the year. So she's already know the opponent. She already knows Julia. And it was very important to her fight this year because she trained a lot and she didn't want to waste all the training.
My final question, how do you feel you match up with Jillian?
Can you repeat, please?
How does she feel that she matches up stylistically, her and Jillian? What does she think of the fight?
O que você acha da luta com a Júlia?
Então, a Júlia é uma menina bem agressiva, ela sempre tenta buscar a luta de solo. Começa a luta, ela já vem agarrar, buscar a luta de solo, então a gente é estilos bem diferentes da trocação. E com certeza ela vai querer buscar a luta de chão, mas eu também me sinto muito bem no chão, então acho que vai ser uma luta bem interessante.
Julia is a very aggressive fighter. She always starts going forward and trying to a ground game. And Taila is a striker, so she thinks it's a very good fight, but she's really well prepared to submit her on the ground. She's not afraid about her ground skills.
Thank you and good luck.
Boa sorte.
Obrigado.
We'll take our next set of questions from Diego Ribas with AGFI.
Oi, Taila, tudo bom?
Oi, tudo bem?
Maravilha. Me diz uma coisa, quando cancelaram sua luta, né, nesse processo de adiar algumas semanas, você chegou a receber alguma coisa por aquele camp que você fez, inclusive pelo corte de peso? Não?
Sim, eu recebi sim, já tinha batido peso, né? E com certeza para nós atletas essa é a parte mais difícil. E recebi sim e depois ocorreu tudo bem.
E você mencionou a questão do corte de peso. Você vai fazer 2 cortes de peso tão próximos um do outro. Você chegou talvez você chegou a pensar em não aceitar pela proximidade dos cortes de peso? Você acha que vai bater o peso tranquila? Como foi esse processo de 2 cortes tão próximos?
Não, tô bem tranquila. Eu desidrato bem pouco. Minha perda de peso foi bem tranquila, bem rápida. E depois que eu bati o peso também eu não passo de um certo limite, eu não extrapolo o peso. Então tá bem tranquilo para mim bater o peso novamente, isso não me preocupa.
E o que você espera da Robson como adversário? Como é que você prevê esse casamento de destino entre vocês?
Olha, vai ser uma luta bem bacana, né? Porque como a gente é estilos diferentes, eu sou da trocação, ela sempre busca luta de solo. Então acho que vai ser uma luta bem interessante. Ela também tá com o nome bem forte aí, vendo uma sequência boa de vitórias. Então acho que vai ser uma luta bem interessante.
Para terminar, então, essa mudança de estratégia, voltar para o Brasil, fazer camp lá, óbvio que foi algo novo, tem a questão da Covid, não tem como prever. Mas você chegou a mudar, deu tempo de mudar alguma coisa na estratégia, fazer algum ajuste, ou apenas se manteve para cortar o peso e a Taila, que a gente iria ver semanas atrás, será a mesma cara que a gente viu no sábado?
Então, como era muito pouco tempo, não tem muito o que ganhar ou muito o que perder, né? Em 1 ou 2 semanas. Então a gente manteve todo o treinamento já que estava fazendo, manteve o foco. E também como eu já ia lutar com a Robertson, né? E a luta foi mudada adversária bem em cima também. A gente já tinha praticamente que o jogo contra ela assim engatilhado.
Maravilha, obrigadão, cara, boa luta. Obrigado, Carol.
Obrigado.
We'll take our next set of questions from Omer Mersavici with S Sport.
Hello, Taila. How are you?
Oi, Taila. Tá perguntando como você tá.
My question is, what do you think about Gillian? She has a lot of submission, rear naked choke. What is your game plan on Saturday?
O que você acha da Júlia? Que ela tem um jogo de chão bom e você está preparada para isso?
Com certeza eu estou preparada, né? Treinei muito para isso. Eu venho da trocação, né? Minha raiz é trocação, mas eu estou muito bem treinada, treino com os melhores da luta de chão e com certeza estou preparada. Ela é uma menina muito boa no solo, tem um jogo justo, mas com certeza estou bem preparada.
Julia is a very aggressive fighter in the ground, but I'm really confident about my striking game and my ground game. I'm really well trained for this, and I'm confident about this win.
Okay, my other question, what is your dream match in the UFC?
Qual a sua luta dos sonhos no UFC?
Olha, minha luta dos sonhos, não tenho nenhuma não. Eu quero ir chegando aos poucos, estar sempre preparada para cada adversário que aparecer na minha frente e chegando aos poucos, fazer meu nome.
She didn't think about this. She wanna do a great career in the UFC, and she knows that she have potential to go to the belt.
Okay, thank you so much. Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
We'll take our last set of questions from Jay Anderson with Cage Side Prep.
Hey, thanks very much. And just a quick one from me. There's been a lot of talk about the records that Gillian Robertson has: most wins, most finishes, most submissions, most fights, most top time at flyweight. With that in mind, would getting a win over her be any more special?
A Júlia tem recorde muito grande de vitórias, submissões e um grande número de lutas na categoria. O que você acha? Você acha que isso vai engrandecer sua luta? É algo mais difícil?
Então, como eu falei, a Júlia está vindo de uma sequência muito boa de vitórias, né? Tá com o nome bem falado. Então, acho que isso é bem importante para mim também. Com certeza, uma vitória em cima dela ia dar uma alavancada no meu nome.
She knows that Julia is coming from a lot of victories. She have a great name in the UFC. So Taila wins this fight will be very good for her career.
All right, thanks very much.
That's all we have for you today, Taila. Thank you.
All right. Fechou? Finish.
Up next, we'll be joined by number 5 ranked UFC welterweight Stephen Thompson. We're now joined by number 5 ranked UFC welterweight Stephen Thompson, and we'll take our first set of questions from Jay Anderson with Stateside Press.
Wonderboy, welcome back. Good to see you.
Thank you. Glad to be back.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a while. It's been over a year since you last competed, and you're returning to a very different landscape with the pandemic, no crowds, the safety protocols and testing. Does it have a bit of a surreal feel to it, or have you seen enough of it just watching from the outside that you felt prepared?
Yeah, man, I feel prepared watching the fights. And of course, my very first fight in the UFC, there was literally nobody in the stands because that was the first fight there. So got a little experience there with that. But I'm just excited to be back and glad to be back and ready to put on a show for the fans.
And a main event with Geoff Neal. Records can be deceiving sometimes. You got a similar number of fights, but you're definitely the veteran here. You've got your kickboxing background as well, and he's the young up-and-comer. The media and fans read a lot into those storylines, but does it matter to you at the end of the day who you're fighting here?
Not really. I mean, he could be the top 5 or the champion or the number 15th ranked guy. Geoff Neal is a beast. And if you find the UFC, I mean, come on, you're a dangerous man. So, and anything can happen out there. So, preparing for this fight is definitely my number one. Been focused for it. And Geoff Neal's no joke. He's been knocking dudes out. He's 5-0 in the UFC. And he's a big welterweight, very strong. So I know he's going to use the smaller cage to his advantage. But whatever the fight goes, I'm going to be ready for it.
Were you surprised at all to see him coming back so soon after that, what was called a life and death experience he had back in August?
Yeah, man. I mean, the guy recovered like no other. I know he's a young and he's an athlete, but Lord, that was like I didn't really know how serious it was. But he almost died, this guy. And now I'm getting ready to face him Saturday, which is kind of scary. The guy's almost dying and now I'm getting ready to fight him. So, he's a fighter for sure. So not just physically, but mentally and emotionally, he's game.
He's only had, I believe, maybe one 5-round fight, and I think it came outside of the UFC, obviously. Do you feel you have the edge if it does go into deep waters?
I don't like thinking that. Just for my psyche, my confidence, I'm prepared for the best Geoff Neal come Saturday night. I know he's a smart and intelligent guy. He's got a lot of intelligent coaches around him, so I know he's going to be prepared. And, the first thing I think of, if I go out there thinking that, he's not prepared, and then he is, how's that going to affect you mentally, So I'm always prepared for the worst. I'm always prepared for, just a grueling fight. I don't like predicting anything, any knockouts. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I just visualize my hand being raised at the end of the fight.
And last one for me, I mean, I don't want to use the G word, but it did come up in interviews recently. Does it bother you to be hearing the gatekeeper talk at this point?
It doesn't really bother me. I just know what I'm capable of and that I've got a lot more in me. And, I'm 37 years old. I'll be 38 in February, but I feel like I'm 25 and still improving every day. I came in this game fairly late, so I haven't taken a ton of damage. The only time I've been knocked out was with Anthony, and he's actually right across the hall from me right now. But I feel fine, man. I feel awesome. I know that I could be champion in 2021, and that's my goal.
All right. Well, best of luck this weekend.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
We'll take our next set of questions from Sumik Data with Sportskeeda.
Hey, Wonder Boy, welcome back, and I hope you're doing well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So it's been a while since we've seen you compete in the UFC, of course, and times have changed a lot since the last time you fought. So how has the preparation been for you in the lead up to this fight during this unusual times in this pandemic?
To be honest with you, I've been out for a year. Broke both my hands a year ago, and the whole pandemic thing. And of course, everybody's been out in quarantine. But where I come from, a little small town of Simpsonville, it hasn't been too bad. We had to close down the gym for maybe 2 months, and we had to innovate, do some online classes and things. But when you got access to a gym, it's kind of hard not to stay in shape, hard not to still improve. So, I lived there. And even though I was injured for a while, there was always something that I can do, working on my kicks, working on my movement, working on my wrestling. Nothing slowed down for me, to be honest with you. Helping fighters get ready for theirs, helping Chris Weidman get ready for his fight kept me in shape as well. So during this whole pandemic thing, gave my body a chance to heal up, to be honest with you. But my skill levels improved tremendously.
Okay, so heading into this weekend, you had mentioned you'll be ready for Geoff Neal's wrestling and ground game. But of course, you being one of the best strikers in the fight game, there's a little stylistical difference between you and your opponent right now. So how do you see this fight playing out come this weekend?
Well, Geoff Neal, like I said, he's a big welterweight. He's a very strong welterweight. Keeps his right side forward. He loves to throw his left hand. He tries to hit you with that left hand, kind of the same as Conor McGregor. He hits you with it, you're going out. He also has a left high kick that's been dropping people. So that's just another element in his game I got to watch out for. But the guy's improving every day, every time you see him fight, and that's a dangerous guy. He's doing a lot more wrestling, clinch work. You see that in his last few fights. So, I'm prepared for wherever the fight goes. I got Chris Weidman, Carl Reed, great wrestlers, Carlos Machado, great grapplers that have been helping me get ready for this fight. So, like I said before, wherever the fight goes, I'm going to be prepared for it. And I visualize my hand being raised at the end of this fight.
Okay, and I also got to ask you this. You're someone who has always been very calm, very composed, and you don't seem to engage in any sort of trash talk with your opponent. Is there any sort of secret behind you being able to stay in this composed zone of yours?
I don't know. I think it just has a lot to do with who I am and how I was brought up. I was brought up in the martial arts, and through the martial arts, was able to teach me, it's a very humbling sport, right? Very humbling sport for sure. But it allows you to be able to be put in uncomfortable situations and know how to be, to cope with that. And that's in everyday life. But the martial arts has helped me be able to do that in every aspect of my life. If it's the fight game, if it's outside of it, I know people do a lot of trash talk, and I just eat them up with niceness. Sometimes it has a reverse effect. Like they start getting angry because they can't get under my skin. But I just eat them up with niceness, man. I just put a smile on my face and keep going. Of course, I got a good support system, good family, good friends who keep a small circle to keep me motivated and focused. And nothing really gets me frustrated. And I think the martial arts has a lot to do with that for sure.
Okay, one final question for me. Speaking of niceness, you're obviously known as the NMF of the fight game, but I'm just curious, have you, in the back of your mind, have you ever considered possibly fighting for the BMF title? You have a win over Jorge Masvidal, after all.
I know, right? I know he had mentioned fighting me if he had won the title from Usman. He said he would like to run it back with me. So I know, my name is still up there with him. I would love to fight him again. He's ranked higher than me. He's given me inspiration because I beat him at UFC 217, and now he's ranked higher and super popular, which is awesome. But I think that would be cool. That would be epic. NMF versus the BMF. You don't have to be like a trash talker to be the BMF, right? You just got to be a bad dude in the cage. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, fair enough, sir. Well, I look forward to a fight this weekend, and good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll take our next set of questions from Omer Mursavici with S Sports.
Maybe not.
Hello.
Over.
Can you hear me?
Hey, we can hear you now.
Okay, good. How are you, Wonderboy?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Thank you so much. You're always positive. What is the first thing you tell yourself when you wake up in the morning?
What's the first thing I wake up and tell myself?
Yeah.
I need to go get something to eat. Nah, man. I mean, I wake up with a smile on my face, even though I'm not a morning person. I wake up with a smile on my face, ready to get on the grind. If it's teaching karate classes, driving the bus, picking up kids, training. I don't know, man. I do it all with a smile on my face and just happy to be a part.
Yeah. How many more do you think you need to earn shots?
I think with a good win over Geoff Neal, hopefully the UFC gives me one more fight, maybe somebody in the top 5. And, like I said before, 2021 is definitely my year. Going to be champion 2021 for sure.
What is your most regretful defeat?
My most regretful, I don't think I actually have any regretful defeats. I learned a lot through all of them. And the one fight that I felt like I actually lost was the Anthony Pettis when he knocked me out. Obviously, I was beating him, and then I don't even remember the end of the second round. I had to go back and watch it, but I was out, And to be honest with you, I learned a lot from that. Like, it was always a fear in the back of my head. Close to 80 something fights had never been knocked out. You start to wonder, man, it's bound to happen. Like, is it going to happen? What does it feel like? And to be honest with you, it wasn't that bad. I woke up in the back, didn't have a headache. I was great. It just goes to show, you lose focus for 1 second, your opponent can take advantage of it. And somebody like Anthony Pettis, who's been the title holder for 155 and fought some of the best fighters in the world, took advantage of it for sure. I don't have any regretful fights because I learned from all of them. Okay,
my last question. Who is the greatest of all time in all MMA history, on your opinion?
In my opinion, I'm kind of biased because this guy was my inspiration to switch from kickboxing to MMA. Trained with him for many years. Georges St. Pierre. I think GSP is the GOAT in MMA. And he, like I said, he was my inspiration and the original NMF for sure. So in my eyes, it's GSP.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. You're my idol since day one. Turkey loves you, man. Good luck on
I appreciate you, man. You got it, buddy. Have a good one.
We'll take our next set of questions from Dane Martin with MMA Fighting.
D. Martin, what's up, D?
Steven, what's up, buddy? Heading into this fight, you had struggles getting a top-ranked opponent. I know you have a ton of respect for Geoff Neal, but do you feel like there is a sense of maybe people are sleeping on you a little bit because you've been, at the top of this division for so long and you've fought so many good guys? It's almost like people are sleeping on you a little bit.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope that's not what they're thinking. But, the two losses with Woodley, the loss with Till and Anthony, I figured that I was going to have to work my way back up. And obviously the win over Vicente Luque, winning fight of the night, kind of, put me in the limelight again. Then I was out for a year with broken hands, the pandemic, collarbone injury. So, out of sight, out of mind. It's funny how fast people can forget about you, and move on to the next person. So with this fight, if I go out there and put on a good performance, and I'll be back in the limelight and hopefully get a top five opponent and move on to the title. So that's the game plan for this fight in 2021 as well.
You faced a lot of great strikers during your career, and there's always that, the guy who fights you wants to beat Stephen Wonderboy Thompson because you are such a phenomenal striker. And I know Geoff has said that leading into this fight. He believes you're the best striker in the division. He wants to take that title from you. Do you embrace those kind of fights a little bit when guys are saying they want to stand and trade with you? They want to test your strike and you want to test your stand-up?
Yeah, I do embrace it, but I also don't believe that that's what they're actually going to do. I know that Geoff Neal is a good fighter. He's got good boxing. He's been knocking dudes out, but I think he's going to use his size for this one. And if he doesn't right off the bat, he will eventually, because most people look to hand me up, to clinch me, to get me up against the cage. And I think he'll use his size in the smaller cage to do so. So do I truly believe that he's actually going to go out there and test it? maybe for a bit, but eventually I think he's going to think otherwise and try and hin me up at some point. So like I said before, I've been training, got good guys coming in, helping me get ready for this fight, knowing at some point he's going to try to. Got Chris Weidman came in for the camp, and he's been there since, his first fight with Anderson Silva. So my wrestling's improved tremendously. My striking is still getting better. So yeah, man, I'm ready for wherever the fight goes.
Obviously, coming out of the last fight, you couldn't predict having 2 broken hands and then dealing with the collarbone injury. Yeah, and we're going to blame Chris Weidman for that. But obviously, you can't predict how things are going to play out. But if everything does go well in this fight, would you like to have a busier 2021? Because you're absolutely right. Unfortunately, in this sport, we are kind of out of sight, out of mind. When you're not right in front of us, we tend to look at the next guy in line. Do you hope to have a much busier 2021?
100%. Being out for a year, it's lit that fire in me like no other, man. I'm itching the bits to step back out there and do it again, like I was saying. But yeah, definitely, a good win over Geoff Neal. We go out there and face somebody again, hopefully no injuries. So I'm not healed up. It's funny, the older you get, the slower you heal up. You know what I mean? It's terrible. But hopefully no injuries, and we'll be back at it at the beginning of the year.
And last one for me, you did it in the Luque fight, coming off the Pettis fight. You went out there and fought another really aggressive guy who kind of had some hype behind him. He had a good win streak, had some, solid wins under his belt. And then you go out there, you have a fight of the night. And you do your thing. You go out there and do your thing. Geoff Neal, kind of the same thing, coming in 5 wins in a row, 4 knockouts or submissions out of this 5 wins. Do you feel like this is kind of another showcase for you to kind of remind people that, Wonder Boy is still here and you're not going anywhere?
100%, man. That's exactly what it is. And that's how I'm looking at it. Yes, he's a tough opponent, but, and he's undefeated in the UFC as well. This is my chance to go out there and let everybody know that Stephen Wonder Boy Thompson is here to stay.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you, sir.
We'll take our next questions from Eric Addison with Kimura.sc.
Hello, Eric.
Hi, Stephen. How are you?
Doing good, my brother. How about yourself?
Not bad. So I was going to ask you, your last fight was a little bit over a year ago, and do you believe in ring rust? And if so, what have you done to get yourself ready for your first fight in the ring?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't feel like I would have any ring rust because I'm staying active in the gym and haven't stopped since my hands were broken. I've been training since I got back from my last fight, to be honest with you. I wasn't able to punch anything, but I was able to work on my movement, my kicks, working positioning, drilling, things like that. I've been doing that for a year now. Even during the pandemic, I was training. So I feel like I haven't slowed down. Yeah, I haven't been in front of the cameras, but I felt like I haven't missed. I feel like my last fight was like a week ago, to be honest with you. I feel like it hadn't felt like a year. So I feel great, man, and I'm confident stepping into this fight.
Fair enough. And this fight was supposed to be 3 rounds, but now it's 5. What have you done in your training to adapt to that? And do you prefer 3 or 5 rounds?
I prefer 5 rounds, and I train for 5 rounds, even though this was originally scheduled for 3 5s. I was still doing the championship rounds. It just gives me confidence. If I can go out there in the gym and push myself for 5-minute rounds, 3 5s are going to be easy. So I was already training 5 5s. So when I got the word that, hey, I'm going to be headlining this event, which is awesome. I think this is my 7th headliner, which is pretty cool. And doing 5 5s and being in the last card of the year. Let's go, man. I'm ready.
Nice. And being Swedish, I want to ask you one question about Chimaev. He was supposed to headline this card, and he's one of the most hyped up fighters in the division right now. What do you have to say about his quick rise? And would you like to face him in 2021 if possible?
I have nothing against Khamzat at all. He's had 3 fights and he wrecked those guys. He fought once at 170 at the 170 division, and he's already ranked number 15. And I kind of called it. I was like, why is he pushing this guy so much? And I was like, watch Khabib retire. And they gotta keep pushing that market somehow. So, if he goes out there and he just dominates Leon Edwards, which on paper, I don't see that happening because I just haven't seen enough of Khamzat to really get behind him yet. But if he does, then I will say that he is the man. You know, he's a good fighter. I just haven't seen that yet. But he goes out there and does work. I could probably be facing him in 2021 for sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We'll take our next set of questions from Pablo Santamaria with UFC MMA Ecuador.
Hi, Wonderboy. Can you hear me?
I got you loud and clear, man.
Okay, man. You're back. You face. Okay, sorry. I confused. You're back in the octagon. Your last fight was a year ago or even more. So how are you feeling coming into this fight?
Feel great, man. Confident more than ever. I'm just glad to be back out there to fight in front of the fans of the UFC, man. Like I was saying before, I'm itching to get back out there. Being out for a year is terrible. Even though I was out, I was always training though. For a year, I've been training and helping fighters get ready for their fights. I helped Chris Weidman get ready for his. I had some injuries along the way, which kept me out, but I'm back, baby, and ready to rock.
I get it. So, I mean, your YouTube channel is amazing. You got a lot of fans for that YouTube, or you keep the same amount of fans, or do you think your fans became more?
I think more. I mean, with the YouTube channel, I'm actually, collab with some really good other YouTubers, and pulled some other fans that never watched the UFC before, and now turn them into UFC fans. So I think it's great. The YouTube thing was just something that we're going to do for the fun of it. Me and my brother, we didn't know it was going to blow up like it did. We've got close to 300,000 subscribers, in just a little over a year. So, which is pretty crazy. We're loving it, man. We're just having fun with it. And I think that's why people like it. The personalities, and people want to see what is Wonderboy really like. Is he just like this in front of the camera, or is he like this all the time? I think people like the vibe of the channel. So we're having fun with it, man. And we're going to keep on keeping on,
To be honest, it's one of my favorite channels at the moment. I mean, Sweet Tea with your dad, man, it's a very good channel.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Okay, do you think the nicest Mother F title is on the line in this fight?
You know what? Geoff Neal's a nice dude too. He's a very nice guy. It's like with Vicente Luque. I've got the title, but we'll see. I don't think he's as nice as me. I'm the nicest guy in the UFC. It's funny because I saw it was like a competition or something online. I think Junior Dos Santos won the nicest guy in MMA. I'm like, what? I got the NMF belt, man. What's going on right now? But yeah, man, he's a super cool dude, Geoff Neal.
Okay. So if you get the W, would you mind fighting Jake Paul at boxing?
I would crush Jake Paul. For one, as an athlete, it doesn't make sense. As an athlete, these guys should not even think about, they're just not worthy to step in the cage or the ring with these guys that they're going to be fighting. Not worthy. But as somebody who's dabbled into YouTube and social media and stuff, you got to take your hat off to these Jake and Logan Paul. These guys are making some money and making moves. So hats off to them in the business aspect. But the athlete in me is like, why is this even happening? Like, they don't even deserve it.
Sure.
You got to earn the right? You got to earn the right to step in the ring with these legends.
Yes, that's you're right on this one. And would you like to send a message to your Ecuadorian fans, because you have a lot of fans here in Ecuador?
Well, everybody in Ecuador, this is Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. I love you, and I hope you guys have a happy holiday.
Thank you very much for your time, Wonderboy, and good luck on the fight.
Thank you, buddy.
That's all the time we have for you today, Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. And that was easy. That was awesome.
Up next, we will be joined by number 12 ranked UFC welterweight Anthony Pettis. We're now joined by number 12 ranked UFC welterweight Anthony Pettis, and we'll take our first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Stateside Press.
Hey, Anthony, can you hear me?
I can.
So, Anthony, it's been a few months since your last fight. I mean, you were on the first card back for the pandemic. Now you're on the last card of 2020. How does it feel to kind of bookend your year with those two particular dates?
Yeah, man, the first fight back was wild. You know, we were in the arena with like no one in the arena. That was definitely a different experience. You know, I think this time around it's going to be a smaller venue, so it should be a little more comfortable, you know, getting out there and exchanging it up. But man, it's been a crazy year for everybody. You know, 2020 was a wild year for all of us. But I think for me, I had a lot of growth as a person, as a athlete, and it feels good to be where I'm at right now. I wanted to get on this card for a while, so you know, I was kind of getting in shape and getting ready for opportunity, and you know, it popped up.
I'm glad you brought that up because that was my next question. I feel like we barely just heard about it just a few weeks ago, but how long did you know that fighting on this date might be in the cards for you at the end of the year?
Yeah, in my head, I was getting ready for this since my last fight, honestly. I was like, I want 3 fights this year. We didn't get something booked, on the card specifically, like when it popped up, because I initially was going to be the 12th. I think that's what we were kind of negotiating. So I was getting ready for the 12th actually, and then Leon Edwards, I think, got COVID or something happened with COVID and gave me an opportunity to jump on this card.
I was listening to your ESPN interview where you spoke at length about, you know, mental strength and working with a psychologist. My question, you guys as professional fighters and public figures, everyone wants you to know their opinion about you on social media, whether it's good or bad after a fight. Talking with a professional, how has that helped you in terms of tuning out a lot of that criticism and just the sheer amount of it you get every day?
Yeah, honestly, not more of like not the opinions of other people. It's more of my own opinion. I think when you hear someone's opinion and then you let that resonate in your own head, and then that becomes like this driving force of like, man, I suck at this, or I need to do this. That's when the error happens. And I think I was victim to that a lot in the last later part of my career. After the RDA fight, I let a lot of opinions get in my head, and it dug down deep. And I wasn't aware that it was like making my mind drift off during my training sessions, during my downtime fight week. You know, I was like letting these thoughts like dictate my actions and dictate how I approach these fights. And, you know, the results showed in my performances. You know, it was a confidence thing for me, honestly. Like once I went back and looked at my old fights, I was letting these thoughts just getting my head so deep where I was reacting as it was a reality and not just a thought.
Gotcha. Final question. How do you feel you match up stylistically with Alex?
Man, Alex is actually a dangerous guy. I think not a lot of people know who he is. So it's kind of like, I'm supposed to win this fight. These are the dangerous fights. You know, like the fights you're supposed to win are the dangerous fights. So I think I got to be stylistic. Stylistically, I think I have a great style against anybody. But I know he has a game plan. I fought one of his teammates before. So I addressed a lot of them issues in my training camp, having like a real protocol to getting put on my back, getting put on the cage, having a step-by-step system on how to defend that, not just like, I'm going to fight it off and figure out as the fight goes. So I just feel a lot more prepared in that aspect of it. And I just got to be myself out there. And once I get in that flow and that groove, I think it's hard for anybody to fight me.
Hey, thank you, Anthony, and good luck.
Thank you, bro.
We'll take our next set of questions from Damon Martin with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Anthony. Earlier this week, you announced that you are starting your own management company. Can you kind of walk me through like the inspiration for that and how that happened?
Yeah, man, I've been doing this. Honestly, I've been doing it for a while, just not officially. You know, with my younger brother's career, a lot of fighters at Ruthless Sport, and we kind of have the factory to build great fighters. You know, from where I started fighting in a Harley Davidson dealership in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That was my first fights, all the way up to a UFC world title. So we have all the pieces of the puzzle in Milwaukee. And it was something I've been wanting to do for a long time. It's just like I didn't officially announce it. You know, I've been guiding Serge's career since he started. And I think I know what fighters need. You know, I've been with numerous management companies. I've been in all different stages of my career. And I feel like there's a spot that I can give back to these fighters a little more from
without getting crazy details, but like finances, mental health, the right fights at the right time, the ability to get into the big shows. And then I'm also starting my own fight promotion in Milwaukee. So it kind of just all plays in together. So the fight promotion, I have a place to build up my talent, give them the right fights, and then hopefully give them to the bigger shows.
I know, obviously, you have a good management team of your own. Are you working alongside them? Are they going to help you, kind of develop this in terms of like building your own stable of fighters?
Not really. No, not hand in hand helping me do this. They got their own stable of fighters they got to deal with, but they definitely give me advice. And I think I definitely still need somebody that represents my career. So I'm not going to pull myself over on the as the fight negotiation side, but as the marketing side, I'm doing all my own marketing stuff now. I'm doing all my own relationship building stuff. So it's just giving me that insight in how this works.
There are great managers out there, obviously, but we also, unfortunately, have heard some of the horror stories, guys having money stolen from them, sponsorship deals, things like that. Do you feel like that's a big aspect of doing this, is kind of sharing your own experiences with the next generation? Because unfortunately, we have seen good side, but we also have seen a lot of bad side with management in this business.
Yeah, man, there are some great managers out there. This isn't something where I'm like, there's horrible managers. It's more of like I think I know the way it needs to be done. And I know what fighters need at all different stages of their career. So like when I'm doing this, like we have 80 guys that we signed currently for my first combine. It's more of a fight family. Like I want these guys to be part of something that's not like, all right, here's a negotiated contract, go get ready, and then we'll talk to you on your next negotiation. We're doing like Zoom meetings where it has to be Zoom because of COVID. But mindset stuff, different older fighters that have experience, talking to my athletes, tax accounting, teaching them how to make LLCs, paying themselves salaries, all the stuff that I had to learn on my own, honestly, that I'm giving to these guys right from jump.
And Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong, from another interview I saw, did you say that this is the final fight on your current UFC contract?
This is my last fight on my current contract. So we'll see what happens after this one. And I'm trying not to like let my mind get into that and like, what's coming next. Some people are asking questions like, Dana announced that chopping block thing. I feel like every fight is the biggest fight of your life. And, no matter what, your job's always on the line if you don't perform. So I'm coming with the same mindset as I always do.
So my last question following up on that, I mean, you're a former champion, you're a veteran. You always go out there and put on exciting fights. I don't personally think you'd be on the chopping block, win or lose, but is there a little bit of, we've seen it with certain fighters, they kind of bet on themselves, not that you want to leave the UFC by any means, but if you go out there and put on a second great performance after beating Cowboy and you go out there and beat Alex Morono, are you kind of in a way gambling, betting on yourself to get a better contract next time out?
I mean, our job is to make as much as we can from this. And it's not, it's what you're worth. Like, what can you bring to the table? I know this is a business, so I don't expect, I'm not going there like, if I beat Alex Morono in a fantastic way, I get a crazy pay bump. But, I'm just kind of like playing it little by little. Like before my career, I would sign my next contract where I had 2 fights left, even before I got to that point. So this time around, I'm just taking it one fight at a time. And I think that's why I chose this opponent. It's not like, it's not like the next big fight, what's going to get me into the championship. I kind of want to take it little by little this time of my career. I'm 33 years old. I want to do another run at this title. I want to do another run at becoming who I was before as a champion. And I want to do it little by little. I don't want to jump into that next big fight. And when I'm not, when everything in the back end of my life isn't ready. So I feel like I'm putting all the pieces together with the coaches, my personal life, my family, my friends who's around that circle. I think I'm getting that part right. So once I do make this run, it'll last a lot longer.
Thanks, Anthony.
Thank you, bro.
We'll take our next set of questions from Cote Cruz with For the Win podcast.
Mr. Pettis, good to talk to you. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for your time today. You commented that you're in a great personal moment, keeping it kosher, starting new ventures, and exploring new opportunities. What would you feel when you think about everything you achieved in your career so far?
I'm not done yet. That's what I always tell myself. I'm not done yet. I feel like what I've done is amazing. The 10-year anniversary of the Showtime kick was yesterday. A great moment in my career. So I got to go look back we're stuck in a hotel room here with, I'm with Duke and my younger brother, Sergio Pettis, and then Robert Drysdale's in my corner. So we've just been reminiscing on the past, man. Just all the stuff we've been through from the WEC days to my UFC debut to becoming the world champion to the 3 losses in a row. We're literally going through all that stuff together. And man, it's been an amazing run, man. Like, I'm blessed to be where I'm at.
Well, Alex Morono expressed that he was very happy to face you. I would like to know how this fight came to be and why is it specifically who you wanted to face?
Well, this fight came to be, I wanted to fight one more time at and before 2020 was over. I only got 2 fights this year. Usually I fight 3 or 4 times a year. And where my mindset's at, right? I feel like I have a whole new set of tools that's not physical that I can actually bring into these fights. And the only way to know if it works is to go test it. And, they gave me a list of names. The first guy I chose wasn't available. Alex was the second name on the list and he took it right away. So, the way the fight came up is I think Leon got COVID or something happened where that fight got pushed back. It opened up a spot on this card. And, of course I say yes.
Regarding your technical aspects, I know it's a known fact that you're pretty well-rounded. I would like to hear your thoughts on how do you think your experience will factor in for this match against Morono?
Yeah, I mean, I've got so much experience. I mean, I've grew up under these lights. I think most of my professional fights are in the UFC or in the WEC, under the Zuffa flag. So I've seen all of it. I fought the main event on the card, Wonder Boy, another crazy style that I had to get ready for. So I feel like definitely my experience is going to help, help me in this fight. But Alex is dangerous, and I'm not overlooking this guy. It's like one of them things. Like this is a high stake fight, especially because not a lot of people know who he is, and it's his chance to make his name known. So this is a dangerous fight for me, and I love these kind of fights. It puts some pressure on me.
Well, you are very creative, without a doubt, one of the most entertaining fighters to watch in the sport's history. Where does this creativity comes from? How do you feel about being in this position where now you can be an inspiration for the young and up-and-coming fighters?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like after seeing the Showtime kick and seeing it's been 10 years since then, I'm like, man, that made me feel old. Even though I'm 33, I'm like, I've been in this game for a while. That's kind of like the part of me starting the management company. I think I have a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge in this game that I can, help these fighters. And we also have a great training camp at Roof Sport that, we have for fighters to attach to. And if they just show up, they can take their career to the highest levels. The creativity really comes from my Taekwondo background, I would say. As a kid doing these flashy kicks and having that intensity to compete and it's a different style than the traditional Muay Thai and the karate style that we see, the wrestling. My kicks are a little different. My flash is a little different. And I've had some amazing moments in my career.
Without a doubt. I know you don't want to talk about the future that much, but the thing is, Cub Swanson said he'd love to measure with you sometime in the future in the 155-pound division. What do you think about this idea and about what Cub could bring as an opponent?
Yeah, Cub's good, man. Actually, I trained with Cub out in Albuquerque. He has some great jiu-jitsu. We did some striking. His last fight, he looked amazing, man. Big ups to him for that last performance. I was definitely rooting for him in that fight. And he faced some adversity too with them low kicks, changed his stance up, got that range. It was a beautiful performance. I say yeah to anybody. I'm not afraid to fight anybody on this UFC roster. I think I proved that in my career already that I fight the best of the best, and it would be fun to fight with Cub.
Absolutely, I would pay to watch that any day.
Thanks,
Anthony, it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor to talk to you. One final thing. I hail from Santiago, Chile in South America, a place where you have tons of fans. So I wanted to give you a moment to address these fans and probably wish them a happy holiday. I don't know. It's up to you.
Yeah, man. Make sure you guys tune in. Thank you for all the love and support. And, happy holidays to everybody. Make sure you watch this Saturday.
Thank you so much for your time, Anthony. Best of luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
We'll take our next set of questions from Sumit Data with Sports Data.
Hey, Anthony. Hope you're doing well.
I am.
Okay, so right off the bat, 10 years of the Showtime kick, and it's right up there as one of the most iconic finishes in history. All these years later, when someone brings up that knockout, what's the first thing that comes to your mind looking back on it?
I can't believe it worked. Honestly, when I threw that thing, it was the last round of the last WEC fight, and it kind of won me the title. So it was like me and Henderson had a good back and forth battle that whole fight. If you watch the whole fight, that's what makes it even more spectacular is how I landed it and what the stakes were going into that kick. But yeah, I mean, even when I threw the kick, I remember I jumped off the cage. I remember I hit him with my foot. I'm like, I did a full 360. I'm like, oh shit, it worked. And I go and try to finish him off. But Ben's a tough dude, man. So it was definitely one of them moments in my career that I always look back and be proud of.
Absolutely. So this is your second fight fighting under this conditions in this pandemic. Has there been any sort of difficulties for you in preparations for this fight, or like any major changes that you had to make to your camp?
Yeah, I haven't done the traditional training camp like I usually do. Like, I'm not doing the team training like how I usually start my camps. I've done a lot of training out here in Las Vegas for just different styles and different looks with the Njokuanji brothers, Anthony and Chidi. Both guys, amazing Muay Thai fighters, great MMA martial artists. And for me, it was just getting a feel for different body styles. It's crazy because I was supposed to fight Anthony Njokuanji in WEC, and now he's kind of holding pads and coaching me this many years later. So he's amazing athlete. And then Robert Drysdale is somebody that's going to be in my corner. So I changed up my my approach to my jiu-jitsu and got some new tools and some new body styles, new ideas. And I feel like where I was at mentally, it allowed me to actually absorb a lot more from these guys. I wasn't going in there with the mindset of I know everything. It was more like, what can they teach me? What can I pull away? And what can I add to my game?
And you recently also mentioned you've been working with a sports psychologist. Could you tell us a little on how that has benefited you?
Yeah, I was totally against that, honestly. Before this year, I was like, I don't need to talk to anybody. I know my head, I know my body, I know what I need. My fiance actually is the one that talked me into like going to actually sit down with this guy. And the UFC offers this to all their athletes. So I mean, any UFC fighters, they definitely should be taking advantage of this avenue. And he just opened up my eyes to a whole new aspect of not only the fight game, but to my life, like how I deal with specific situations, like just the. I guess when your body's like in control and your mind's out of control, like you're not even present and like certain reactions like anger, anxiety, fear, like all like your body's in like set in these ways of handling them things, and you don't actually sit back and absorb like, why do I react this way? Why do I handle it this way? And initially I started this in like February is my first time meeting with him, so it's almost a whole year with this guy. And we started in my personal life, like fixing my personal relationships, how I react with my daughter, with my fiance, my mom. And then we trickled that into my fight career and bringing back that presence to the training room. Like instead of letting my mind drift, like I always train hard. It's not like I wasn't training hard. It was just like the right style of training for my mentally being there. So like, you get a thought in your head and all of a sudden, 20 minutes later, you're like, oh shit, like how did that 20 minutes pass by? And I'm sparring these top level guys. I wasn't like mentally there in these practice rooms. And now I have the ability, like when I feel a feeling, I can recognize what I'm feeling and then immediately bring myself back to what I'm supposed to be doing at that moment.
Well, that's great to hear. And you're a former lightweight champion yourself, and you've been around in the welterweight division for a while now. Moving forward, what would your vision be for your career?
Yeah, I was going back to lightweight. That's why I'm already on weight right now. I woke up after my last training session last night. I was like a pound underweight. So I was already on the path of going back down to 155. But this opportunity popped up, so I was like, I gotta take this one more fight for 2020. So I feel like lightweight is where I'm going to be focusing on for all next year.
Okay, and one final question. We've seen the Showtime kick, and we've also seen the Superman punch finish from you in the past. Could we expect another crazy finish from you this weekend?
If the opportunity presents itself, man, I'm going in there with no pressure on myself. I want to go have fun out there. I want to be smiling. I want to enjoy this process. Like even the Cowboy fight, I think that was my first fight where I actually got to enjoy the process of the fight. I didn't put so much anxiety and pressure on myself to perform. And I think I'm finding that right recipe to make these things happen again. Like when the Showtime kick happened, I was so focused on becoming the champion, and I didn't have any distractions. I didn't have any old fights to revert to that I had to face adversity. I was like on a tear during that time. So now, like when these like moments happen where I face adversity, I break my hand, or I have somebody gets me with a good shot. My mindset goes back to those fights, and it's like, oh shit, I gotta deal with that before I lose again. Or now I have the ability to bring myself back and deal with the current moment.
All right, thank you so much for your time, and good luck for your fight this weekend, sir.
Thank you, bro.
That's all the time we have for you today, Anthony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right, guys.
we're now joined by number 7 ranked UFC bantamweight Jose Aldo, and we'll take our
Vai ter ninguém que vai responder direto para a
Gabriel
câmera.
Gonzalez.
Hello, Jose. How are you?
Como é que você tá?
Bem, graças a Deus.
I'm good. Thanks.
So, Jose, I haven't really seen interviews from you since your last fight. Now, a few months later, what are your thoughts on the fight with Petr Yan?
Ele viu algumas entrevistas depois da luta com o Petr Yan. O que você pode falar sobre essa luta?
Não, eu acho que foi uma grande luta, né? Acho que só faltou o resultado, mas acho que foi uma excelente luta.
I think it's a great fight, but almost a win. But that's fight is the fight.
I think a lot of people watching it, even though you did not win, everyone loved your performance. They said that was the old Jose Aldo. That was, one of the best fights we've ever seen from him. For yourself, were you proud of the way you fought?
Muita gente viu essa tua luta, mesmo você não ter vencido. Muita gente falou que você voltou a ser o José Aldo, que era sempre. Você gostou da sua performance?
Sim, como falei, né? Eu acho que a performance foi boa. Acho que só faltou a vitória mesmo, mas dentro daquilo que eu propus fazer, né? Foi muito bem.
Like I said, I like the performance, and I think I can show everybody my skills, but I'm not win. But I think I have a good performance.
People have been asking, what's next for Jose Aldo if it's not fighting for the title? What keeps him motivated at this stage of his career? What kind of fights are you looking for right now, if not the belt?
Como você não está lutando pela luta e as próximas lutas não serão pelo título, o que os fãs podem esperar?
E sempre um jogador agressivo, como sempre, e em busca da vitória. Acho que nesse momento eu não penso em cinturão, sim apenas vencer.
Everybody can waiting. Still Jose aggressive fighter, and they're always motivated to win.
Finally, what are your thoughts on Chito Vera as an opponent?
O que você tem a falar sobre o Chito Vera?
Sempre eu vou achar o meu adversário um grande oponente. Eu acho que, dependendo de quem seja, eu sempre boto ele num programa grande, porque assim a luta se torna grande.
I mean, I always think my opponents are great fighters because I'm training hard, because the time I not think like this, probably not training hard, because I'm always think my opponent is a great fighter, and because they're training hard for everybody.
Thank you, Jose, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
We'll take our next set of questions from Omer Mursavici with S Sports.
Hello, Jose. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Thank you, man. You're not the featherweight right now. Who is your favorite featherweight division player?
I can understand.
Who's his favorite fighter in featherweight division?
Quem é o meu favorito no peso pena?
Ruigo.
Acho que pelo fato de eu estar acompanhando mais o peso galo, eu não vejo quem assim, mas acho que o Max Holloway para mim vamos falar que é meu favorito no peso pena.
I think today I look more for my division, but I still think Max Holloway is the best in the division.
Yes, okay. You were born the same city, Alex de Souza, soccer player. Would you like to say about him? He's very famous in Turkey. He's the legend of Fenerbahce.
Alex de Souza, a football player? Alex
de Souza, football player.
Pois é, eu tô tentando lembrar quem é. Alex de Souza. Não lembro.
I can't remember this soccer player. Can you repeat his name? What team he played football?
Fenerbahce and Parma. Coritiba.
Ok. Sim. Qual era a pergunta mesmo?
O que você acha do Alex?
Ótima pessoa. É um amigo que eu tenho dentro da luta. É um grande ídolo mesmo do Fenerbahçe. E eu tenho um carinho muito grande por ele.
It's like a great friend from me. I just not understand the name that you said, but he's my friend. I love him.
Okay, thank you. My last question. What do you think about Conor and Dustin fight?
Perto da próxima do Conor, eu acho.
Can you repeat again?
What do you think about Conor?
Conor. O que você acha da próxima luta do Conor McGregor?
Eu nem sei se ele tem a próxima luta, né? Então não acompanho, né? Eu acho que eu fico muito mais voltado para mim e para minha categoria.
I'm not seeing any news about the Conor McGregor. I just thinking about my career. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at all the fighters. It doesn't matter if I fight with those guys or not. But I just think about my career.
Okay, thank you. Good luck on Saturday, Jose.
Thank you so much, sir.
This one's so difficult to understand.
We'll take our next set of questions from Taila Santos with Nuti MMA Ecuador.
Hi, Jose. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, as an Ecuadorian, I want to know what are your thoughts of Chito as an opponent?
O que você tem a falar sobre o título?
Eu sempre falo, né, que meus adversários sempre são os melhores, então é assim que eu vejo, né, porque assim eu sei que eu tô treinando duro sempre.
I always say my opponent is a great fighter because I know I need to train hard. Because the day I think my opponent is not great, I'm not training hard because just let me out.
Hello, can you hear me?
He's a great fighter.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello. You don't hear us?
Pablo, can you hear us? Okay, it seems like we're having some technical issues there. Let's jump to David Martin with MMA Fighting.
Hello.
Hey, Jose. Obviously, you fought nothing but the absolute best fighters in the world throughout your career. But coming off a couple losses, I know the Moraes fight was controversial, but do you feel like you're in a bit of a must-win situation here?
Você sempre lutou com os melhores lutadores do mundo, né? Você está vindo de 3 derrotas, sendo que a do Marlon foi uma luta controversa. O que você pode falar sobre isso?
Acho que isso.
Impressionado.
Eu não sinto pressão nenhuma, né? Acho que eu tive sempre grande performance e perdi para pessoas muito bem ranqueadas. Então não tem pressão nenhuma. Eu acho que é pela minha terceira luta na categoria, onde que eu sei que tem um desafio e eu acho que eu estou indo muito bem nele.
I'm not feel any pressure because I always fight with great fighters, and then I just keep training hard and prepare for my new opponent. That's it. I'm not feel any pressure.
And Jose, you've accomplished so much during your career. You've done so many things. What does motivate you now? What is your biggest motivation at this stage in your career?
O que sua grande motivação para continuar na carreira?
Acho que vitória, né? Vitória é um legado que eu quero fazer, então eu quero vencer todas as minhas lutas. Tenho um sonho, né, de ser campeão nessa categoria, por isso que eu baixei de peso, então esse, vou falar que é o maior sonho. Tá bem distante, a gente precisa caminhar, dar um passo cada vez.
That you keep me motivated is the victory, because I'm still training hard, because I want to be a champion. That's my new division, and that's me motivated every day.
We hear a lot lately people talking about the greatest of all time, the best, in divisions. Obviously, most people consider you the greatest featherweight of all time. What does that mean to you in terms of your legacy, the legacy you're putting together right now? Like, how much do those things really matter to you when people say you're the greatest featherweight or the greatest whatever? Like, does that matter to you much?
O que quer dizer para você as pessoas dizerem que você é o maior de todos os tempos na categoria do featherweight? Isso significa muito para você?
Sim, né? Significa muito. Eu acho que quando eu entrei no esporte eu queria ser um dos maiores. Eu acho que eu respeito todo mundo. Significa muito, mas eu tô na ativa, né? Então acho que eu tenho muita coisa para fazer ainda.
For sure, I mean a lot because when I start to fight MMA, I want to be the best one. And one day I get that. And then for sure it's a lot of significance for me.
And last one, obviously your only focus is Chito Vera, but when you look ahead, Obviously, you had a battle with Peter Yan in your last fight. Do you feel like that rematch is only a couple fights away from you, or are you even thinking about that right now?
Eu acho que você tem uma luta agora com o Marlon Vera.
Eu tenho que dar um passo cada vez. Eu acho que, primeiramente, eu penso no Marlon Vera agora. Eu acho que depois eu tenho que vencer de novo. Aí, quem sabe, no futuro próximo, se o Peter ainda tiver com cinturão, aí eu posso lutar com ele.
I always keep my career if step by step. Now I just think about Marlon Vera. And after Marlon Vera, I can think in the future, but not right now. I just want to think and talk about Marlon Vera.
Obrigado, Jose.
Nada. Graças, amigo.
We'll take our next set of questions from Diego Ribas with AGF.
Diego Ribas. Prazer.
Oi, Aldo, tudo bom?
Tudo ótimo, graças a Deus, irmão.
Beleza. Aldo, eu queria saber o Marlon é o adversário ideal para esse seu momento na carreira? Como é que foi a negociação até chegar o nome dele como adversário?
Acho que teve vários nomes, né, sugeridos, mas ele até, a última luta dele, ele desafiou, né, a gente foi aceitou. Acho que eu nunca escolhi adversário, eu não penso se é bom ou não é bom. Eu penso em ganhar lutas, né, então se ele é o próximo adversário, eu tenho que vencê-lo.
Certo. O que muda para você ir para uma luta vindo de 3 derrotas seguidas, né, que é algo inédito na sua carreira? Como você precisou fazer você chegou a fazer algum trabalho com uma psicóloga esportiva, alguma coisa do gênero? Foi algo que você teve que trabalhar a mais, esse lado talvez psicológico?
Não, acho que isso faz parte, né, cara? Acho que quem tá na luta tanto tempo é sujeito a isso, né? Acho que é continuar trabalhando, você tem que sempre estar se reinventando cada momento, então é isso que eu procurei fazer, né? Parar, ver como que foi a última luta, a gente poder melhorar. Então foi isso que eu fiz. Eu acho que o lado psicológico continua a mesma coisa, cara. Eu tô acostumado a entrar ali dentro e lutar. Acho que eu tenho que fazer ótimas performances para isso.
Certo. A questão do tamanho do queijo, Aldo, você já lutou algum queijo desse tamanho? Você chegou a fazer algum teste? Chegou a se preparar, alguma adaptação para isso?
Já, né? A gente tá acostumado, né? Então já luta há muito tempo. Eu acho que na WC era desse tamanho. Então, para mim, melhor ainda, né? Eu acho que quanto menor o cage, o ringue que eu já lutei, para mim sempre me ajudaram, porque tem um contato o tempo todo, né? Então não tem tanta fuga do adversário.
Perfeito. Para finalizar, Aldo, 2021 promete ser uma temporada que DJ Dillashaw, Dominic Cruz, grandes nomes estão retornando para a categoria dos pesos galos. Você como ex-campeão dos penas, enfim, como você imagina essa temporada 2021? Como você vê os desafios para frente? Interessa de repente cruzar caminho com algum deles no octógono?
Acho que primeiramente tem que pensar no sábado, né? Acho que tem uma luta marcada agora, então penso no sábado, assim, vencendo. A gente faz um prognóstico, né, para frente sobre esses oponentes. Acho que são grandes lutadores que voltam, então vai dar uma mexida na categoria. Isso é bom.
Maravilha. Obrigadão, Aldo. Obrigadão, Carol.
Valeu, irmão.
Let's try once again, Pablo Santamaria with No TMMA.
Hi, Jose. Sorry, I lost connection. So you said you always focus on the fight you have in front. So if you get the victory, do you have any call out? Do you have any names in your mind to call?
Acho que não tem, não. Acho que primeiramente estou pensando em vencer sábado, aí depois disso voltar para casa, passar as festas, descansar para no futuro, mas lá na frente pensar no próximo oponente.
No, I don't have any name for the future. I just think about my fight in Saturday. I just want to win, and after New Year, I start to think about the new name.
Okay. Besides the fight, I saw you on the soccer match between Flamengo against River in the final of Copa Libertadores. How was that experience, being in the final of that cup?
Entendeu?
Sim, acho que é um sonho desde criança, né? Então, acompanhar o Flamengo e ver ele sendo campeão no estádio. E mesmo que eu estava com o objetivo marcado, ser mestrando peso galo, foi assim mesmo, e foi uma emoção muito grande. Eu acho que Se eu ficar atrás pro nascimento da minha filha.
I think it was a big dream when I was a child, and then these finals is the only thing is the second place in my life, because the first place they born my daughter.
I get it. So, would you like to send a message to your Ecuadorian fans, Jose?
Fans from Ecuador, does he have a message?
Uma mensagem para mandar para o Equador.
Sim, deixa um grande abraço a todos os equatorianos e espero que ele acompanhe essa grande peleia no sábado.
I want to give a big hug for all Equatorians, and then everybody want to see this fight on Saturday.
Thank you so much for your time, Jose, and good luck on the fight. Obrigado.
Thank you. Not a problem.
We'll take our last set of questions from Cote Cruz with For the Win podcast.
Boa tarde, Jose. How you doing? Do you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought we had some issues. Well, you've been competing in the highest level from such a young age, and now as a mature ranked challenger who knows the in and outs of the sport. How would you describe the moment in your career which you're currently right now?
Entendeu?
Sim. Acho que não procuro ver como é que é o momento que eu esteja, né? Acho que eu com o próximo marcado no sábado, eu espero vencer a luta, eu treinei forte para isso, então é isso que eu penso agora, não penso em momento nenhum, eu penso em vencer lutas.
I'm not thinking about the moment. I think just to the fight that I need to do next Saturday, and I not stop my mind to think about the moment of my career. That's what I need to do in the future. My future is to fight on Saturday with Marlon Vera.
I see. How have been the weight cuts, and how much has your diet changed since you have been in this new division?
Entendeu? O que você, como é que tá o corte de peso e como você acha que ficou a sua mudança de dieta para essa categoria?
Acho que o corte de peso, a gente está chegando dentro daquilo que a gente já está fazendo pela terceira vez na categoria. E eu acho que com essa descida também tive uma qualidade de vida muito boa.
My cut weight right now is good, and then about my diet for my life, I think much better. I feel much more health now than before.
Well, as we have said, you have been fighting at the highest level for a long time, but in what way do you feel that you have evolved from your time in the WEC to this moment in the UFC?
Você passou a vida inteira lutando no alto nível. Como é que você vê o teu momento do WC para esse momento agora?
Acho que eu digo que é o momento de começar de novo, né? Essa luta parece que é como se fosse minha primeira luta chegando no WC.
I think this moment right now is restarting my career. I feel right now like I'm a first fight in my career.
I see. Thank you so much for your time, Jose. Best of luck on your fight.
Thank you so much, sir.
Happy holiday.
That's all we have for you today, Aldo. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
This concludes the UFC Fight Night Thompson versus Neal Virtual Media Day.